10,000 meters. That's 32,808 feet beneath the surface of the ocean. 6.5 miles straight down into darkness. To put that in perspective, if you placed Mount Everest at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, its peak would still be over a mile underwater. At these depths, the pressure is over 1,000 times greater than at sea level. 16,000 pounds pressing down on every square inch, enough to crush a human body instantly, to compress a foam cup to the size of a thimble. The temperature hovers just above freezing. There is no light, no photosynthesis, no oxygen generated by plants. And yet, something lives down there. Something we're only beginning to understand. For most of human history, we knew more about the surface of the moon than we did about the deepest parts of our own ocean. The first humans walked on the lunar surface in 1969, but it wasn't until 1960 that anyone reached the bottom of the Mariana Trench. And in the decades since, only a handful of people have made the journey. We've mapped distant galaxies. We've photographed black holes. We've sent probes beyond our solar system. But 95% of Earth's ocean remains unexplored. And the deepest parts, the places beyond 10,000 meters, they remain almost completely unknown. These are places where the weight of the entire ocean presses down from above, where the Earth's crust bends and folds, creating trenches deeper than mountains are tall, where the rules of life as we understand them simply don't apply. And in recent years, as our technology has finally allowed us to peer into these depths, we've discovered things that challenge everything we thought we knew. Things that shouldn't be possible. Things that defy explanation. Scientists call it the hadal zone, named after Hades, the ancient Greek underworld. It begins at 6,000 meters and extends to the deepest point on Earth, the Challenger Deep, at nearly 11,000 meters below the surface. Unlike the rest of the ocean, which gradually slopes downward, the hadal zone exists only in trenches, massive tears in the Earth's crust where tectonic plates collide and one is forced beneath the other. There are only about 40 of these trenches on the entire planet. Combined, they make up less than 0.25% of the ocean floor. But within them lies a world unlike any other on Earth. The Mariana Trench in the Pacific, the Tonga Trench, the Philippine Trench, the Puerto Rico Trench in the Atlantic. Each one is its own isolated ecosystem, cut off from the rest of the ocean, cut off from sunlight, cut off from everything we associate with life. For decades, scientists believed nothing could survive down there. The pressure was too great, the darkness too complete, the food too scarce. They were wrong. Not only does life exist in the hadal zone, some of the strangest, most alien creatures on our planet call it home. And they are not alone. Over the next 3 hours, we're going to descend into the abyss together. We'll explore the deepest places on Earth, trenches that make the Grand Canyon look like a scratch in the dirt. We'll encounter creatures that seem impossible, fish that shouldn't exist at these pressures, organisms that have evolved in complete isolation, becoming something other. We'll investigate the strange sounds that echo up from the deep, sounds that have baffled scientists for decades, sounds with no known source, the bloop, the upsweep, the Julia event, recordings that suggest something massive, something unknown, moving in the darkness below. We'll examine the oarfish, those serpentine messengers from the deep that beach themselves before earthquakes, as if warning us of something we cannot see. We'll discover shipwrecks in places they should never be, vessels that vanished without a trace, only to be found in the hadal trenches, far from any known shipping lane. We'll investigate structures on the ocean floor that some claim couldn't possibly be natural, geometric patterns, right angles, formations that look deliberate. And we'll explore the latest discoveries, the things being found right now, as submersibles equipped with new technology finally allow us to see what's been hidden down there all along. Some of what we'll discuss can be explained by science. Some of it cannot. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Because the deep ocean keeps its secrets, and some mysteries, it seems, were meant to remain in the dark. So turn down the lights and prepare to descend. We're going deeper than most humans will ever go, to a place where the pressure could kill you in an instant, where the darkness is absolute, where the strangest discoveries on Earth wait in silence. This is the hadal zone, and these are the strangest discoveries made beneath 10,000 meters. Chapter 1. The Final Frontier. The deepest place on Earth is not on a mountain peak or in a desert valley. It's beneath the waves. And it's deeper than you can possibly imagine. The Challenger Deep, the lowest point in the Mariana Trench, sits 10,984 meters below sea level, nearly 11 kilometers straight down. That's almost 7 miles of water pressing down from above. To truly comprehend this depth, consider this. If you dropped a steel ball from the surface, it would take over an hour to reach the bottom. A full hour of falling through darkness before finally touching the seafloor. The Mariana Trench itself stretches for over 2,500 kilometers through the western Pacific Ocean, a massive scar in the Earth's crust, where the Pacific tectonic plate is being forced beneath the smaller Mariana Plate. It's a collision happening in slow motion, creating a chasm that makes the Grand Canyon look insignificant. But the Mariana Trench is not alone. Around our planet, there are dozens of these hadal trenches, each one a world unto itself. The Tonga Trench in the South Pacific plunges to 10,882 meters. The Philippine Trench reaches 10,540 meters. The Kermadec Trench drops to 10,047 meters. In the Atlantic Ocean, the Puerto Rico Trench descends to 8,376 meters, the deepest point in that entire ocean. Then there's the Java Trench in the Indian Ocean, the Japan Trench off the coast of Honshu, and the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench stretching along Russia's eastern coast. Each one of these trenches represents a place where the Earth's crust is literally tearing itself apart, creating abyssal valleys that remain among the least explored places on our planet. These aren't gentle slopes or gradual depressions. These are near vertical drops, some with walls steeper than the cliffs of Yosemite. They're the scars of planetary-scale violence, zones where the very bedrock of Earth is consumed and recycled deep into the mantle. And within them, conditions exist that seem designed to prevent life from ever taking hold. Let's talk about pressure. At sea level, we experience 1 atmosphere of pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch. That's the weight of all the air above us, pressing down. At 10,000 meters deep, the pressure is approximately 1,000 atmospheres. That's over 16,000 pounds per square inch. 8 tons of force on every square inch of surface. To put that in perspective, if you were somehow transported to that depth without protection, your body would be crushed before you could even register what was happening. Your lungs would collapse instantly. Your bones would compress. Air pockets in your body would be forced into your bloodstream. It would be over in a fraction of a second. A styrofoam cup lowered to those depths returns to the surface compressed to the size of a shot glass, its molecules forced together by the unimaginable weight of water above it. Submarines designed to carry humans can only withstand a fraction of that pressure. Even military submarines, built with the strongest materials available, are limited to depths of around 600 meters before the hull begins to buckle. Beyond that, only specialized unmanned vehicles can survive. The few manned vessels that have reached hadal depths are essentially pressurized spheres made of titanium several inches thick, with tiny viewing ports and extremely limited mobility. They're more like falling elevators than true submarines. And pressure is just the beginning. Then there's the darkness. Sunlight penetrates ocean water to a depth of about 200 meters under ideal conditions. Below that, you enter the twilight zone, where only the faintest traces of light remain. By 1,000 meters, all sunlight has been absorbed. Everything below exists in absolute, perpetual darkness. The hadal zone has never seen sunlight, not once, not in the billions of years since water first filled Earth's oceans. Darkness so complete that the concept of vision becomes almost meaningless. Darkness so absolute that some creatures living there have evolved without eyes at all, because eyes serve no purpose in a world without light. And with no light comes no photosynthesis, no plants, no algae, no foundation for the food chain as we understand it on the surface. Everything that lives down there depends on organic matter drifting down from above, a constant, gentle snow of dead organisms, fecal matter, and decomposing debris. Scientists call it marine snow. It's the only source of nutrition in these depths, and there's precious little of it. Now, consider the temperature. In most of the hadal zone, the water hovers between 1 and 4 degrees Celsius, just above freezing, cold enough to slow biological processes to a crawl, cold enough that most organisms we're familiar with would simply shut down. But in some places, things get even stranger. Along the trenches, where tectonic activity is most intense, hydrothermal vents can exist. Cracks in the Earth's crust where superheated water, warmed by magma deep below, comes gushing out at temperatures exceeding 400 degrees Celsius. These vents create bizarre microclimates where, mere meters apart, you have water that's simultaneously near boiling and near freezing. It's a landscape of extremes, of contradictions, of impossible conditions. So the question becomes, why did these depths remain unexplored for so long? The answer is, we couldn't reach them. For most of human history, the deep ocean was as inaccessible as another planet. We could sail across its surface, fish its shallows, even dive to modest depths with primitive equipment. But the true deep, that was beyond us. The first serious attempts to measure ocean depth came in the 1800s, when sailors would lower weighted ropes over the side of ships, sometimes letting out miles of line before finally touching bottom. It was crude, time-consuming, and often inaccurate. The development of sonar in the early 20th century allowed us to finally map the ocean floor without physically reaching it. Sound waves bouncing off the seafloor revealed the existence of these trenches for the first time. But mapping something and actually going there are two entirely different challenges. Creating a vessel that could withstand hadal pressures required materials and engineering that simply didn't exist until the mid-20th century. The hull had to be perfectly spherical to distribute pressure evenly. The materials had to be both incredibly strong and precisely manufactured. Any flaw, any weak point would result in catastrophic implosion. And even when such vessels were built, getting them to the right location, lowering them to extreme depths, and then recovering them safely proved monumentally difficult. There were no second chances, no margin for error.
Cost was another factor. Deep-sea exploration is extraordinarily expensive. Each expedition requires specialized ships, support crews, years of planning, and technology that often needs to be invented specifically for the mission. And all of this for what? To explore a place where nothing was expected to live? Where there were no obvious resources to exploit? Where the scientific payoff was uncertain at best? For decades, funding went to space exploration instead. The moon race captivated the public imagination. Mars missions received billions in funding. Meanwhile, the deepest parts of our own planet remained almost completely ignored. It wasn't until 1960 that humans first reached the bottom of the Challenger Deep. The U.S. Navy's bathyscaphe Trieste, piloted by Jacques Piccard and Don Walsh, descended through the darkness for nearly 5 hours before finally touching down at 10,911 meters. They stayed for only 20 minutes. The sphere's window cracked under the pressure. Communication was nearly impossible. Visibility was measured in inches. But in those 20 minutes, they saw something that changed everything. Through the murky water, illuminated by their lights, they saw a flatfish, a sole or flounder of some kind, resting on the seafloor. Life. At the deepest point on Earth, where nothing should be able to survive. That single observation opened a door that has never been closed. It would be over 50 years before humans returned to that depth. James Cameron made a solo dive in 2012, followed by Victor Vescovo's multiple descents in 2019 and 2021. Each expedition brought better cameras, better equipment, better technology. And each one revealed that the hadal zone was far from the lifeless desert scientists had imagined. It was, in fact, teeming with life. Strange life. Alien life. Life that had evolved in isolation for millions of years, adapting to conditions that would kill surface organisms in seconds. But that life, and the mysteries surrounding it, that's what we'll explore next. Because the hadal zone isn't just the final frontier on Earth. It's a frontier that's only just beginning to reveal its secrets. And some of those secrets are stranger than anyone imagined.
Chapter 2. First Contact. January 23, 1960. The Pacific Ocean, approximately 200 miles southwest of Guam. Two men sat inside a steel sphere barely 7 feet in diameter, preparing to go where no human had ever been before. Jacques Piccard, a Swiss oceanographer and engineer, and Don Walsh, a lieutenant in the United States Navy. Their vessel was called Trieste, a bathyscaphe, essentially a pressurized cabin suspended beneath a large float filled with gasoline, which is lighter than water and incompressible at depth. It looked more like an underwater blimp than a submarine. The design was crude by modern standards, but it was the only technology capable of reaching the bottom of the Mariana Trench. At 8:23 in the morning, they began their descent. Slowly, deliberately, falling through the water column like a stone. For the first hour, sunlight filtered through the water around them, gradually dimming from bright blue to deep indigo. At 200 meters, they passed through schools of fish that scattered at their approach. By 500 meters, the light was fading to twilight. At 1,000 meters, they entered total darkness. and they kept falling.
Through the bathopelagic zone, through the abyssopelagic zone, deeper than any submarine had ever ventured, deeper than most humans could even conceptualize. Inside the sphere, the temperature dropped. Condensation formed on the metal walls. Every creak of the hull was a reminder of the pressure building outside, pressure that increased by 1 atmosphere for every 10 meters they descended. At 9,000 meters, they heard a loud crack. The outer window, a plexiglass viewport, had fractured under the pressure, not catastrophically, but enough to send a jolt of adrenaline through both men. They made the decision to continue anyway. They had come too far to turn back now. At 12:56 p.m., after more than 4.5 hours of descent, Trieste touched bottom, 10,911 meters below the surface, the deepest point on Earth. Picard and Walsh peered through their small viewport, the only window between them and the crushing pressure outside. Their lights illuminated a small circle of the seafloor, a fine, light-colored sediment, almost like diatomaceous ooze. And then they saw it. A flatfish, about a foot long, lying on the bottom. It moved slowly, disturbed by their lights, and then settled again. A living creature, at the absolute limit of the ocean's depth. For decades, scientists had theorized that life could not exist below 6,000 meters. The pressure was simply too great, the darkness too complete, the food too scarce. That single fish proved them all wrong. Picard and Walsh stayed on the bottom for just 20 minutes. The cracked window made remaining longer too dangerous. They took photographs, most of which turned out too dark or blurry to be useful. They made observations. They radioed the surface. And then they began their ascent. The trip back up took 3 hours and 17 minutes. When they surfaced, they had accomplished something that wouldn't be repeated for over 50 years. They had proven that the hadal zone was accessible to humans, and more importantly, they had proven that it wasn't empty. But Trieste was retired soon after. The technology was too risky, too expensive, too limited. The bathyscaphe could barely move once it reached the bottom. It had no manipulator arms, no sophisticated cameras, no real ability to explore. And so, for half a century, the deepest place on Earth went unvisited by human eyes. Until 2012. James Cameron, filmmaker, explorer, and engineer, had been obsessed with the deep ocean for years. His films reflected that obsession, from The Abyss to Titanic to his documentaries about deep-sea life. But he wanted to go deeper than anyone else, to see for himself what existed at the bottom of the world. He spent years designing and building a submersible specifically for this purpose, the Deep Sea Challenger. Unlike Trieste, the Deep Sea Challenger was built for solo operation, a single, vertical, torpedo-shaped vessel, just 24 feet long, with the pilot sphere at the bottom. It was packed with high-definition cameras, LED lighting arrays, hydraulic manipulator arms for collecting samples, and systems designed to capture 3D footage of the hadal zone. On March 26, 2012, Cameron climbed into the pilot sphere and began his descent to the Challenger Deep. The journey took 2 hours and 36 minutes. As he descended, he narrated his observations for the cameras, the changing colors of the water, the bioluminescent creatures that drifted past his viewport, the sensation of falling through an alien world. And then, the darkness, complete and absolute.
When he reached the bottom, 10,908 meters, Cameron spent nearly 3 hours exploring the seafloor. He maneuvered the submersible across the terrain, filming everything he saw. He collected sediment samples, photographed rock formations, documented the landscape in unprecedented detail. What he found surprised him. The bottom wasn't flat and featureless as he'd expected. There were hills, valleys, even small cliffs. The sediment varied in texture and composition. And most strikingly, there were signs of life everywhere.
Not the dramatic megafauna you might imagine. No giant creatures lurking in the depths, but life nonetheless. Amphipods, shrimp-like crustaceans several inches long, crawled across the sediment. Sea cucumbers lay scattered across the floor. Bacterial mats covered some surfaces. And in the water column above, strange gelatinous creatures drifted past, their translucent bodies barely visible in his lights. Cameron had expected a desert. Instead, he found an ecosystem. When he surfaced, the footage he brought back changed our understanding of the hadal zone. It was the first time high-definition video had been captured at such depths. The first time scientists could see, in detail, what actually lived down there. But Cameron's dive was just one point in one trench, a single data point in an entire zone that remained largely unexplored. That's where Victor Vescovu comes in. Vescovu is a retired naval officer, private equity investor, and explorer who decided to do something no one had ever attempted: visit the deepest point in all 5 of the world's oceans. He called it the 5 Deeps Expedition. Between 2018 and 2019, Vescovu and his team built a new submersible called the DSV Limiting Factor, a 2-person vessel designed to make repeated dives to full ocean depth. Unlike previous deep-sea vehicles, which could only make a handful of dives before needing extensive refitting, the limiting factor was built for reliability and reusability. In December 2018, the Vescovu descended to the bottom of the Puerto Rico Trench, 8,376 meters, the deepest point in the Atlantic Ocean. In February 2019, he reached the bottom of the South Sandwich Trench in the Southern Ocean, 7,434 meters. In April 2019, he descended into the Java Trench in the Indian Ocean, 7,192 meters. In May 2019, he made multiple dives to the bottom of the Challenger Deep in the Pacific Ocean, including one that measured 10,928 meters, slightly deeper than any previous measurement. And in August 2019, he completed the 5 deeps by diving to Malloy Deep in the Arctic Ocean, 5,550 meters. But Vescovu didn't stop there. Over the following years, he and his team made dozens of additional dives to hadal depths in various trenches around the world: the Tonga Trench, the Philippine Trench, the Kermadec Trench, the Japan Trench. Each dive collected samples. Each dive captured video. Each dive discovered new species. In the Mariana Trench, they found plastic bags and candy wrappers, proof that human pollution had reached even the most remote place on Earth. In the Java Trench, they discovered new species of snailfish, amphipods, and other organisms never before documented. In the Philippine Trench, they found evidence of chemosynthetic bacteria, organisms that create energy from chemicals rather than sunlight, forming the base of an entire food chain that exists independently of the surface world. What these expeditions revealed is profound. The hadal zone is not empty. It's not barren. It's not a dead zone at the bottom of the ocean. It's an ecosystem, a living, functioning ecosystem with its own food chains, its own predators and prey, its own evolutionary pressures. and it's far more diverse than anyone imagined. Every dive brings back new discoveries, new species, new behaviors, new mysteries. Because for all that we've learned from these historic descents, we've barely scratched the surface. Trieste, Cameron's Deep-Sea Challenger, and Vescovo's Limiting Factor have collectively spent less than 24 hours on the bottom of the Hadal trenches. 24 hours out of billions of years. A few small circles of light in a world of darkness that stretches for thousands of kilometers. What we've seen is extraordinary. But what we haven't seen yet? That may be even more remarkable. Because the creatures that live down there, the life forms that have adapted to the most extreme conditions on Earth, they're unlike anything else in the ocean. And they're what we'll explore next. Chapter 3. Life in the Impossible. When scientists first began studying the deep ocean, they proposed something called the azoic hypothesis. The theory was simple. Below a certain depth, life could not exist. The pressure would be too great, the darkness too absolute, the cold too severe. That depth was estimated at around 600 meters. They were wrong by a factor of 18. Life exists at 10,000 meters. It thrives there. And the creatures that inhabit the Hadal zone are some of the most remarkable organisms on our planet. They shouldn't exist. By every conventional understanding of biology, they should be impossible. But impossible, it seems, is relative. Let's start with the amphipods. Amphipods are crustaceans, relatives of shrimp and crabs, and they're the most abundant large organisms in the Hadal zone. When submersibles descend to these depths, amphipods are often the first creatures they encounter, swarming around bait traps in enormous numbers. But these aren't the small, delicate amphipods you might find in shallow water. Hadal amphipods are massive. Some species grow to over 30 centimeters long, nearly a foot. That's larger than most lobsters you'd find at a seafood market. They're pale, almost translucent, with elongated bodies and long, jointed legs. Their exoskeletons are reinforced with specialized proteins that prevent them from being crushed by the pressure. And they're voracious scavengers, capable of stripping a fish carcass to bones in a matter of hours. One species, discovered in the Kermadec Trench, has been nicknamed a supergiant amphipod. Specimens measuring over 34 centimeters have been documented. At those sizes, they're apex predators in their environment, or at least apex scavengers. But here's what's remarkable. Their bodies contain special molecules called piezolites. These are organic compounds that counteract the effects of pressure at the cellular level, preventing proteins from denaturing and cell membranes from collapsing. Without piezolites, their cells would simply cease to function. And these aren't the only adaptations. Hadal amphipods have slow metabolisms, allowing them to survive for months between meals. They have enhanced senses of smell, capable of detecting the chemical signature of a dead animal from kilometers away. And they reproduce slowly, with females carrying eggs for extended periods before they hatch. Everything about them is optimized for survival in a place where food is scarce and the environment is hostile. But amphipods, strange as they are, aren't the strangest residents of the Hadal zone. That distinction belongs to the snailfish. Snailfish are small, tadpole-shaped fish with gelatinous bodies and minimal skeletal structure. In shallow water, they're unremarkable, small, translucent, and easily overlooked. But in the Hadal zone, they've become something extraordinary. The Mariana snailfish, discovered in 2014, holds the record for the deepest living fish ever recorded. Specimens have been observed at depths exceeding 8,100 meters, and researchers believe they could potentially survive even deeper. What makes this possible? First, their bones are different. Unlike most fish, which have mineralized, rigid skeletons,
Hadal snailfish have bones that are soft and flexible, almost cartilaginous. This allows them to compress slightly under pressure without breaking. Second, their bodies are mostly water and gelatinous tissue, which doesn't compress the same way gas-filled spaces do. They have no swim bladder, the organ most fish use to control buoyancy. At hadal depths, a swim bladder would collapse instantly.
Third, and most remarkably, they produce a chemical called trimethylamine oxide, or TMAO. This compound stabilizes proteins under extreme pressure, preventing them from folding incorrectly or losing their function. The deeper a fish lives, the more TMAO it produces. Hadal snailfish have some of the highest concentrations of TMAO ever measured in a living organism. But there's a limit. Scientists believe that around 8,200 to 8,400 meters represents the absolute maximum depth at which fish can survive. Below that, the pressure is so great that even TMAO can't prevent cellular proteins from breaking down. This is known as the hadal boundary, the point below which fish simply cannot exist. And yet, life continues below that boundary, just not vertebrate life. Below 8,400 meters, the hadal zone belongs to invertebrates, to amphipods, to sea cucumbers, to worms and mollusks, and creatures we're still discovering. In 2019, researchers found a new species of amphipod in the Philippine Trench at a depth of 10,000 meters. In the Mariana Trench, sea cucumbers have been observed at 10,190 meters. And microbial life, bacteria and archaea, exists at the very bottom of the Challenger Deep, feeding on organic matter that drifts down from above. These organisms have adapted in ways we're only beginning to understand. Some produce antifreeze proteins to prevent ice crystals from forming in their cells at near freezing temperatures. Others have evolved specialized enzymes that function optimally under high pressure, enzymes that would actually stop working if brought to the surface. Their DNA itself is different. Studies have shown that hadal organisms have unique genetic adaptations related to pressure resistance, DNA repair, and cellular stress response. They're not just surviving in extreme conditions, they're thriving because of those conditions. Remove them from the hadal zone, bring them to the surface, and they die, not from decompression in the traditional sense, but because their biology is so specialized for deep-sea life that they can't function anywhere else. They are, in a very real sense, alien. And then there's the question of bioluminescence. In the upper ocean, bioluminescence is common. Countless species produce light for various reasons, to attract mates, to lure prey, to confuse predators, to communicate.
But in the hadal zone, where no light has ever penetrated, bioluminescence takes on a different character. Some hadal organisms do produce light. Certain species of amphipods, for instance, have bioluminescent compounds in their bodies. But the purpose isn't entirely clear. There are no eyes in the hadal zone, or rather, very few. Most creatures have either lost their eyes entirely or have eyes that are vestigial, non-functional remnants of evolutionary history. So why produce light in a place where nothing can see? One theory is that bioluminescence serves as a chemical defense. Some organisms produce light when disturbed, potentially startling predators or making themselves less palatable. Another theory suggests it might be related to communication between microorganisms. Bacteria, which are abundant in the hadal zone, often use bioluminescent signals to coordinate behavior in a process called quorum sensing. But there's a third, more unsettling possibility. Some researchers believe that certain hadal organisms may have sensory organs we don't fully understand. Not eyes in the traditional sense, but photoreceptors capable of detecting extremely faint light or even chemical luminescence. If that's true, then there could be forms of communication, hunting, or navigation happening in the hadal zone that we're completely unaware of. Because the reality is this: we've only scratched the surface of understanding hadal life. Every expedition brings back samples of organisms that have never been documented before. New species of amphipods, new species of snailfish, new types of polychaete worms, isopods, holothurians, creatures that don't even have common names because we've only just discovered them. In 2018, researchers estimated that only about 30% of hadal species have been identified. That means 70% of the life in the deepest parts of the ocean remains unknown to science. And some of those unknown organisms may be truly bizarre. There are reports from deep-sea expeditions of creatures that don't fit into any known category. Gelatinous masses with no discernible structure, organisms with anatomies that seem to defy logic. Things that move in ways that shouldn't be possible given their apparent lack of musculature or nervous systems. Most of these sightings are brief: a few seconds of video footage, a blurry photograph, an observation logged in a dive report.
But they raise questions. How much of hadal biodiversity remains completely undocumented? What evolutionary paths have these isolated ecosystems taken over millions of years? And what are the limits of life in these extreme conditions? Because the hadal zone isn't just extreme in terms of pressure and darkness, it's extreme in terms of isolation. Each trench is essentially an island, a separate ecosystem cut off from others by thousands of kilometers of shallower ocean floor. Species in one trench may have evolved completely independently from species in another trench. This has led to remarkable examples of convergent evolution, where unrelated organisms develop similar traits in response to similar environmental pressures. But it's also led to unique species found nowhere else on Earth. The Mariana Trench has organisms that exist only there. The Tonga Trench has its own endemic species. The Puerto Rico Trench harbors life found in no other ocean. They are islands of darkness, archives of evolution, living laboratories showing us what life can become when pushed to its absolute limits. And they're teaching us something profound. Life doesn't just survive in extreme conditions. It finds ways to flourish. The hadal zone isn't a lifeless desert. It's a thriving ecosystem with its own predators, prey, scavengers, and decomposers. It has food webs, population dynamics, evolutionary pressures. It has life. Strange life. Impossible life. But life nonetheless. And the deeper we explore, the more we realize that our definitions of impossible may need to be revised. Because if life can exist at 10,000 meters beneath the ocean, under pressure that would crush steel, in darkness that has never seen sunlight, in temperatures just above freezing, with almost no food, then where else might life exist that we've dismissed as impossible? That's a question worth pondering.
But before we can answer it, we need to explore another mystery of the deep. Because the hadal zone isn't just home to strange creatures, it's also the source of strange sounds. Sounds that have puzzled scientists for decades. Sounds with no known origin. And those sounds are what we'll investigate next.
Chapter 4: The Ocean's Voice. The ocean is not silent. Despite what we once believed, despite the peaceful image of a quiet underwater world, the ocean is filled with sound. Whales sing, dolphins click and whistle, fish grunt and croak. Shrimp snapped their claws with enough force to stun prey. Ice cracks and groans. Underwater volcanoes rumble. Earthquakes send shock waves propagating for thousands of miles. The ocean is, in fact, one of the noisiest environments on Earth, but for most of human history, we couldn't hear it. Sound travels differently in water than in air. It moves faster, nearly 5 times faster, and it travels farther, especially at certain depths. But our ears, evolved for air, can't process these sounds when we're submerged.
It wasn't until we developed underwater microphones, hydrophones, that we could finally listen to the ocean's voice. And what we heard surprised us. The study of underwater sound is called acoustics, and it has become one of the most important tools in oceanography. Sound waves can travel across entire ocean basins. They can reveal the presence of ships, submarines, and marine life. They can map the seafloor. They can even measure ocean temperature and track climate change. But they can also detect things we don't understand, things that shouldn't exist, sounds with no identifiable source. To understand these mysterious sounds, we first need to understand how sound behaves in the ocean. In air, sound waves spread out and weaken quickly. Shout across a field, and your voice might carry a few hundred meters before becoming inaudible. But in water, under the right conditions, sound can travel for thousands of kilometers. This is because water is denser than air, and sound waves propagate more efficiently through dense mediums. But there's more to it than that. The ocean isn't uniform. Temperature, salinity, and pressure all vary with depth, and these factors affect how fast sound travels. In general, sound moves faster in warmer water and slower in colder water. It also moves faster under higher pressure. Near the surface, water is warmed by the sun, so sound speed is relatively high. As you descend, the water gets colder and sound speed decreases. But then, at greater depths, pressure begins to dominate and sound speed increases again. This creates something remarkable. At a depth of around 800 to 1200 meters, depending on location, there's a zone where sound speed reaches its minimum. Above this depth, sound waves bend downward because the water is warmer. Below this depth, sound waves bend upward because of increasing pressure. The result is a layer where sound waves become trapped, channeled horizontally, bouncing between these boundaries, traveling enormous distances with minimal loss of energy. Scientists call this the SOFAR channel.
SOFAR stands for sound fixing and ranging. It's also sometimes called the deep sound channel, and it's one of the most important acoustic features of the ocean. The SOFAR channel acts like a waveguide, allowing sound to propagate across entire ocean basins. A sound generated in the SOFAR channel off the coast of California can be detected near Hawaii, over 4,000 kilometers away. Whales use this channel to communicate across vast distances. Military submarines use it to avoid detection, and scientists use it to monitor the ocean. But here's what makes the SOFAR channel particularly interesting for our purposes. Any sound generated at depth, whether by geological activity, marine life, or something unknown, will naturally propagate through this channel. And if that sound is loud enough, it will be detected by hydrophone arrays thousands of kilometers away. Which brings us to NOAA. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration operates a global network of underwater listening stations, originally established during the Cold War to detect Soviet submarines. These hydrophone arrays are positioned strategically around the world's oceans, particularly in the Pacific. Each array consists of multiple hydrophones anchored to the seafloor at depths that correspond to the SOFAR channel. They listen continuously, recording every sound that propagates through the deep ocean. The data is collected, time-stamped, and archived. And because multiple stations can detect the same sound,
Scientists can triangulate the source location by comparing the arrival times at different hydrophones. After the Cold War ended, NOAA declassified much of this acoustic data and made it available to researchers. The original military purpose became a scientific goldmine.
Marine biologists use it to track whale migrations. Geologists use it to study underwater seismic activity and volcanic eruptions. Climate scientists use it to monitor changes in ocean temperature. But buried in decades of recordings, researchers found something else. Sounds that didn't match any known source. Sounds that repeated at irregular intervals, sometimes years apart.
Sounds that came from areas of the ocean where nothing should be able to produce such acoustic signatures. These weren't equipment malfunctions. Multiple hydrophones, separated by thousands of kilometers, detected the same sounds simultaneously. The triangulation placed their sources in specific locations, often in the deepest parts of the ocean. Some of these sounds have been explained over time. Scientists eventually identified biological sources, geological processes, or ice-related phenomena that matched the acoustic signatures. But others remain unexplained, and a few are genuinely disturbing. The first of these mysterious sounds was detected in 1997. NOAA scientists were reviewing routine hydrophone data when they noticed an extremely powerful low-frequency sound that had been picked up by sensors across the Pacific. The sound rose rapidly in frequency over about 1 minute, then faded. It was loud enough to be detected more than 5,000 kilometers from its source. They called it bloop. And for years, no one could explain what produced it. The frequency profile didn't match any known geological event, it didn't match any marine animal vocalization in their database, it didn't match ice calving or ship noise or any human activity. Some of the characteristics were similar to sounds produced by marine mammals. The rapid frequency modulation suggested a biological origin. But the sheer volume of the sound was staggering. To produce a sound that loud, the source would have to be massive, far larger than any known whale species, larger than a blue whale, which is already the largest animal ever to exist on Earth. Speculation ran wild. Was it an unknown species, a giant deep-sea creature, something living in the hadal trenches that we'd never encountered before? For 15 years, bloop remained one of the ocean's greatest mysteries. And it wasn't alone.
In 1991, hydrophones began detecting a sound that NOAA named upsweep. A long train of narrowband upsweeping sounds that occurred continuously. It was loudest in the spring and fall, suggesting some kind of seasonal pattern. The source was triangulated to somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, near the location of undersea volcanoes. But the sound didn't match known volcanic activity, and it continued for years with no apparent change in the geological landscape. In 1999, another sound was recorded, this one called Julia. It lasted for about 15 seconds with a distinctive rising frequency pattern. It was detected across the entire Pacific equatorial array. Again, no known source. In 1997, the same year as bloop, another sound was recorded and designated slowdown.
It gradually decreased in frequency over about 7 minutes, suggesting something massive slowing its movement through the water. The sound was consistent with ice-related events, but the location wasn't near any major ice shelves, and the acoustic signature had unusual characteristics that didn't perfectly match ice calving. And there were others. Train, whistle, Julia, bloop, upsweep, slowdown, each one given a name, each one archived, each one analyzed. Most remained unexplained for years. Some still are. Because the ocean is vast, and our listening network, comprehensive as it is, still covers only a fraction of the total area. There are regions of the ocean where no hydrophones exist, where sounds could be generated constantly and we would never hear them. The hadal trenches, in particular, are poorly monitored. The extreme depths make it difficult to position hydrophones in the SOFAR channel, and the rugged terrain complicates sound propagation modeling. If something were making sounds in the deepest parts of the ocean, something large, something unknown, it's entirely possible we wouldn't detect it unless it was extraordinarily loud. And that raises an uncomfortable question. What else is down there, making sounds we haven't heard yet? What lives in the trenches, in the darkness, producing calls or movements that don't propagate far enough to reach our sensors?
Because the sounds we have detected, the ones that puzzled scientists for decades, those were only the loudest ones, the ones powerful enough to travel thousands of kilometers through the SOFAR channel and register on multiple hydrophones simultaneously. But for every sound that loud, there could be hundreds of quieter sounds, thousands of local acoustic events that never make it far enough to be recorded. The ocean, for all our listening technology, still keeps most of its sounds to itself. And the ones that do reach us, the mysterious ones, the unexplained ones, they hint at something deeper, something we're only beginning to understand. In the next chapter, we'll examine these sounds more closely. We'll explore the theories, the explanations, and the cases that remain unsolved. Because some sounds from the deep aren't just mysteries. They're warnings, and we're only just learning to hear them. Chapter 5. The Bloop and Beyond. Summer of 1997. The Pacific Ocean, somewhere west of the southern tip of South America.
NOAA's Autonomous Hydrophone Array detected something that would become one of the most discussed sounds in the history of underwater acoustics. It lasted approximately 1 minute. The sound started at a low frequency and rapidly increased in pitch over the course of about 60 seconds before fading away. The pattern was consistent across multiple hydrophones separated by thousands of kilometers. When scientists plotted the detection times and calculated the source location, they found it originated from a remote area of the South Pacific, roughly 950 miles west of Chile's southern coast. They designated it bloop. And immediately, questions emerged. The frequency pattern was unusual. It didn't match the signature of known geological events, like underwater earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. Those produce broadband rumbles with different acoustic characteristics. It didn't match any mechanical sources, ship propellers, sonar pings, or industrial equipment. The profile was wrong. What it did resemble, at least superficially, was a biological sound. Marine mammals produce vocalizations with rising frequency patterns. Whales, in particular, create complex sounds that sweep across frequency ranges. The modulation of bloop had characteristics that seemed organic, almost like something living had produced it. But there was a problem: the amplitude. Bloop was loud, extraordinarily loud. It was detected on sensors over 5,000 kilometers apart, which meant the source sound must have been powerful enough to propagate across a significant portion of the Pacific Ocean basin. To put this in perspective, a blue whale, the largest animal ever known to exist, produces calls that measure around 180 to 190 decibels and can be heard up to 1,000 kilometers away under optimal conditions.
Bloop was significantly louder. For a biological organism to produce a sound of that magnitude, it would need to be substantially larger than a blue whale. Not just a little larger, dramatically larger. We're talking about a creature that would dwarf the biggest animal that has ever lived on Earth. And that created a dilemma. If Bloop was biological, where was this creature? Why had it never been seen? How could something that large remain completely unknown to science? The ocean is vast, yes. The deep ocean is poorly explored. But an animal large enough to produce a sound like bloop would need to surface to breathe, assuming it was a marine mammal. It would need to eat enormous quantities of food. It would leave evidence of its existence. And yet, nothing. No sightings, no strandings, no evidence whatsoever. For over a decade, bloop remained unexplained. Speculation flourished. Some suggested it was an unknown species of giant squid or octopus, though cephalopods don't produce sounds in that manner. Others proposed it might be something living in the hadal trenches, something that never surfaced, something adapted to extreme depths. The more imaginative theories invoked creatures from legend, sea monsters, leviathans, ancient organisms thought extinct. But science demands evidence. And finally, in 2012, NOAA announced they had solved the mystery. After extensive analysis and comparison with other acoustic data, they concluded that bloop was most likely the sound of a massive iceberg fracturing and breaking away from an ice shelf, a process called icequake or cryoseism. The source location, while far from Antarctica, was consistent with the path that large icebergs could drift after calving. The acoustic signature, when compared with known ice-related sounds, showed strong similarities. Ice cracking under stress produces rapid frequency changes. Large-scale ice fracturing events can generate enormous acoustic energy, and the sound propagates efficiently through the SOFR channel, traveling vast distances. Case closed. Or was it?
Some researchers pointed out discrepancies. The waveform didn't perfectly match other documented ice events. The location seemed unlikely for a drifting iceberg, and the timing, summer in the southern hemisphere, made major ice calving less probable, though not impossible. To this day, while the ice explanation is officially accepted, some questions linger. But bloop wasn't the only mysterious sound. Let's talk about upsweep. In 1991, hydrophones began detecting a strange, continuous sound that would persist for years. Upsweep consists of a series of narrow-band upsweeping tones, each lasting several seconds, occurring in regular patterns. Unlike bloop, which was a single event, upsweep is ongoing, or at least it was for a long time. The sound is seasonal. It's loudest during the spring and fall, and quieter during summer and winter. This suggests some kind of environmental factor influencing either the source or the propagation of the sound. Scientists triangulated the source to a region of the Pacific Ocean near volcanic seamounts and spreading centers, areas of tectonic activity where new oceanic crust is formed. The obvious conclusion was that upsweep originated from volcanic or seismic activity. But here's where it gets strange. The sound doesn't correlate with known volcanic eruptions or seismic events in that area. There's no pattern matching increased tectonic activity. It simply exists. One theory is that the sound comes from trapped oscillations in magma chambers deep beneath the seafloor. As pressure builds and releases, it could create resonant frequencies that propagate through the water. Another theory suggests it might be related to hydrothermal vents, hot springs on the ocean floor where hot water escapes from cracks in the crust. The interaction between hot water and cold seawater can create acoustic phenomena. and some researchers believe complex vent systems could produce sustained tones. But neither explanation is definitive. What makes upsweep particularly intriguing is its stability. The sound has been detected continuously for decades, with remarkably consistent characteristics. Whatever is producing it isn't a one-time event or a random occurrence. It's constant.
And over time, it's been getting quieter. The amplitude of upsweep has decreased significantly since it was first recorded. By the early 2000s, it was detectable only on the nearest hydrophones. Is the source weakening, moving, changing depth? No one knows. Then there's Julia. March 1st, 1999. Hydrophones detected a sound lasting approximately 15 seconds. The frequency profile showed a rapid rise followed by a gradual decline, a pattern that created a distinctive curve when plotted. Julia was named after this curved, almost melodic quality. The source was triangulated to the Pacific Ocean east of Cape Adare in Antarctica. The signal was strong enough to be detected across the entire Pacific equatorial array. Initially, researchers suspected a biological source. The sound had qualities reminiscent of marine mammal vocalizations, smooth frequency transitions, relatively narrow bandwidth, and a certain organic quality. But, as with bloop, the amplitude was concerning. No known whale species produces sounds matching Julia's characteristics at that intensity. Further analysis suggested it might be related to iceberg activity. Large icebergs grinding against the seafloor or colliding with underwater terrain can produce sounds with similar acoustic signatures. The location supported this hypothesis. The waters east of Cape Adare are within range of icebergs calving from Antarctic ice shelves. But again, the explanation isn't perfect. The sound profile has unique characteristics that don't quite match other documented ice events. And some researchers argue that the source depth and propagation pattern are inconsistent with surface-level ice collisions. Julia remains officially categorized as likely iceberg-related, but with caveats. The sound has never been heard again. Whatever produced it, ice, marine life, or something else, it was a singular event, or at least we've only detected it once. And then there's Slow Down. May 19th, 1997. Just 2 months before bloop. Hydrophones detected a sound that gradually decreased in frequency over approximately 7 minutes. The descending pitch gave it its name. It sounded like something slowing down. The source was traced to an area of the Pacific Ocean west of South America, not far from where bloop would later be detected. The long duration was unusual. Most mysterious ocean sounds last seconds to a couple of minutes at most. Slow Down persisted for 7 full minutes, with a steady, continuous frequency decline throughout. The acoustic signature suggested something large moving through the water, something that was decelerating over time, or possibly something mechanical winding down. Ice was again proposed as the explanation. An iceberg running aground on a seamount or underwater ridge could theoretically produce a sustained scraping sound that decreases in frequency as the berg's movement slows. But the location was problematic. The source region isn't typically associated with significant iceberg traffic. And the sound's characteristics, particularly the smooth, almost linear frequency decrease, don't perfectly align with chaotic ice fracturing events. Other possibilities were considered. Could it be related to submarine volcanic activity? Magma moving through underground chambers can create low-frequency sounds that change pitch as flow rates vary. Could it be biological? Perhaps a large marine animal making an extended vocalization as it dived or surfaced. Could it be human-made?
some kind of experimental equipment or naval operation that was never publicly disclosed. None of these explanations fit perfectly. Slow down, like the others, remains in a gray area between explanation and mystery. The official NOAA position is that these sounds, bloop, upsweep, Julia, slowdown, are most likely related to ice or geological phenomena.
And that may well be true. But there's something unsettling about the fact that we have these enormous acoustic events, powerful enough to be detected across thousands of kilometers of ocean, and we can't say with absolute certainty what caused them. The ocean is hiding something. Maybe it's just ice and volcanoes and processes we don't fully understand yet. Or maybe there's more to it. Because for every sound we've detected and analyzed, there are countless others we've missed. Sounds that didn't propagate far enough. Sounds that occurred in areas without hydrophones. Sounds in frequency ranges we're not monitoring. The hadal zone, in particular, is acoustically opaque to us. We have almost no coverage of the deepest trenches. If something in those depths were making sounds, whether biological, geological, or otherwise, we would likely never hear it unless it was extraordinarily loud. And that's what makes these mysterious sounds so compelling. They're not just puzzles to solve. They're reminders of how little we actually know. The ocean is the largest biome on Earth. It covers 71% of the planet's surface. It contains ecosystems we've barely glimpsed, geological processes we're only beginning to understand, and possibly life forms we haven't discovered yet. And it's loud, full of sounds. Some familiar, some explained, and some that remain, despite our best efforts, completely mysterious. These sounds, bloop, upsweep, Julia, slowdown, they've captured public imagination precisely because they represent the unknown. They remind us that despite all our technology, despite our hydrophone arrays and acoustic analysis and scientific instruments, the ocean still has secrets, still has sounds we can't identify, still has voices we don't understand.
And some of those voices come from the deepest, darkest places. Places where the pressure would crush us instantly. Places we can barely reach. Places where, if something wanted to remain hidden, it very easily could. The sounds we've discussed are the famous ones. The ones that made headlines. The ones that captured attention. But there are others. Dozens of unexplained acoustic events recorded over the years. Strange clicks, unusual hums, brief bursts of noise that don't match any known source. Most never get names. Most are archived and forgotten. Small mysteries buried in decades of data. But they're there, waiting, for someone to find them, for someone to explain them, or for someone to realize that maybe, just maybe, some sounds aren't meant to be explained, because the ocean keeps its secrets, and some things that happen in the deep stay in the deep.
Chapter 6. Whispers in the Darkness. Not all mysterious ocean sounds are dramatic events. Some are subtle, persistent, almost conversational. And in some ways, these quieter sounds are more unsettling than the loud, dramatic ones, because they suggest something is down there, actively making noise on a regular basis, something we still haven't identified. Let's start with bioduck. In the 1960s, submarines operating in the Southern Ocean began reporting strange sounds picked up by their sonar systems. The sounds were rhythmic, repeating in patterns that seemed almost mechanical. Quack, 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 quack. The pattern would repeat for minutes or even hours, then stop. Sometimes the sounds came from a single source. Other times, multiple sources would respond to each other, creating what sounded like a conversation. Submariners nicknamed it bioduck because it sounded like a duck quacking, if that duck were underwater and speaking in a lower register. For decades, no one knew what produced it. The sound didn't match any known whale species. It didn't match any fish vocalizations. It didn't match any geological or mechanical source. It was recorded repeatedly throughout the Southern Ocean, particularly in areas around Antarctica. Seasonal patterns emerged, with the sounds being more common during certain times of year, but the source remained completely unknown. Scientists knew it was biological. The pattern and characteristics were too organic to be anything else. But what kind of creature made these sounds? And why? The mystery persisted for over 50 years. Finally, in 2014, researchers made a breakthrough.
Using acoustic tags attached to Antarctic minke whales, they were able to definitively link the bioduck sounds to this species. The tags recorded the whales producing the distinctive quacking pattern while simultaneously picking up the same sounds on nearby hydrophones. Case solved. Except not entirely, because while we now know that Antarctic minke whales produce bioduck sounds, we still don't fully understand why. The sounds don't appear to be typical whale songs used for mating. They don't seem to be echolocation clicks for navigation. The purpose of these repetitive, structured vocalizations remains unclear. Are they contact calls, allowing whales to maintain acoustic contact in the murky Antarctic waters? Are they related to feeding behavior? Are they some form of social communication we don't yet comprehend? We know the what, but the why remains a mystery. And bioduck isn't the only mysterious biological sound. Then there are the train sounds. Starting in the 1990s, hydrophones in the Pacific began detecting sounds that resembled trains, rhythmic, rumbling patterns that seemed to accelerate and decelerate like locomotives. The sounds were loud enough to be detected across multiple hydrophone stations, suggesting a powerful source. But the pattern was unusual, too regular to be geological, too structured to be random. Some recordings captured what seemed like multiple trains running simultaneously at different frequencies, creating complex layers of sound that overlapped and interacted. Researchers suspected a biological source, but identifying it proved difficult. The sounds occurred in deep water, often at depths beyond where most known marine mammals typically feed or travel. The frequency range was lower than typical whale vocalizations, and the pattern, that rhythmic, almost mechanical quality, didn't match anything in the acoustic databases. Eventually, scientists determined that certain species of baleen whales, specifically fin whales and possibly blue whales, produce these train-like sounds.
But again, the function isn't entirely clear. These aren't the well-known songs that whales are famous for. They're different, more rhythmic, more repetitive, almost industrial in character. Some researchers believe they might be related to long-distance communication.
Fin whales, in particular, are known to produce very low-frequency sounds that can travel enormous distances through the ocean. These train patterns might be a way of maintaining contact across hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. But that's speculation. What we know for certain is that these sounds exist, they're biological, and they're part of a communication system we don't fully understand. And then, there are the grinding sounds. Metal grinding, scraping, mechanical screeching that sounds disturbingly artificial. These sounds have been reported by submarine crews and picked up by hydrophone arrays, particularly in areas with significant human shipping traffic. The obvious explanation would be ships, propeller noise, hull friction, mechanical equipment. But some of these sounds occur in locations with no surface vessels, no submarines, no human activity whatsoever. They occur at depth in open ocean, far from any known structures or equipment. Some of these grinding sounds have been attributed to ice. Large icebergs scraping against underwater terrain can produce metallic-sounding screeches. Ice sheets grinding against each other create similar acoustic signatures. But not all of them fit that explanation. There are recordings of grinding sounds from tropical and temperate waters, where ice is never present. Sounds that repeat over days or weeks from the same general location. Sounds that seem to respond to other sounds, suggesting something interactive rather than passive friction. What could produce metal-like grinding sounds in the middle of the open ocean? One possibility is large marine animals interacting with human debris. The ocean floor is littered with shipwrecks, discarded equipment, lost cargo containers. A whale rubbing against a metal structure could create grinding sounds, but the pattern of occurrence doesn't always support this. Some sounds come from areas where underwater mapping has shown no significant wreckage or debris.
Another possibility is geological. Certain types of rock, when stressed by tectonic forces, can produce high-frequency scraping sounds. Underwater landslides, though rare, could create sustained grinding as rock layers slide past each other. But again, not all instances fit this explanation. Some of these sounds remain genuinely puzzling. Brief, isolated, unexplained. And then there's a sound that isn't mysterious in its source, but is heartbreaking in its loneliness. The 52 Hz whale. In 1989, researchers analyzing hydrophone data noticed a whale call unlike any they'd heard before. It was at 52 Hz, significantly higher than the typical frequencies used by blue whales, which call at 10 to 40 Hz, or fin whales, which call at around 20 Hz. The call pattern suggested a baleen whale. The timing, duration, and seasonal movement matched typical whale migration patterns, but the frequency was wrong. And the whale was alone. For over 3 decades, hydrophones have tracked this whale as it migrates up and down the Pacific coast. Every year the calls are detected. Every year they're at that same unusual frequency. And every year the whale is by itself. The calls are never answered. No other whale responds. The acoustic signature shows a solitary animal moving through the ocean, calling out and receiving no reply. Scientists believe this whale might be a hybrid, perhaps a cross between a blue whale and a fin whale, or some other combination that resulted in a unique vocal apparatus. Or it might be a malformed individual with an unusual laryngeal structure. Whatever the cause, the result is the same. This whale speaks a language no other whale understands. It's been nicknamed the loneliest whale in the world. And year after year, its calls continue, unchanging, unanswered.
Traveling through the vast Pacific, calling into the darkness. hoping for a response that never comes. The sound itself isn't mysterious. We know it's a whale. We know where it is. We can track its movements. But the tragedy of it, the profound isolation, resonates with something deeply human, because loneliness transcends species. And there's something haunting about the idea of a creature spending its entire life calling out, singing, trying to communicate, and finding only silence in return. But beyond these individual sounds, bioduck, train, grinding, the 52 Hz whale, there are categories of sound that remain completely unidentified. Ongoing phenomena that continue to be detected, recorded, and archived without explanation. There are regions of the ocean where hydrophones pick up persistent low-frequency hums. Not loud, not dramatic, just constant background noise at specific frequencies that don't match any known source. These hums can persist for months or years. They're too stable to be biological. Marine life doesn't produce perfectly consistent tones for that duration. They're too localized to be related to large-scale oceanic processes, and they're too deep to be related to human surface activity. Some researchers have proposed that these hums might be related to geothermal activity, heat flow from the Earth's interior, creating convection currents that somehow generate acoustic energy. But the mechanism isn't clear, and the theory remains largely speculative. Then there are the clicks. Not the echolocation clicks of dolphins or whales, which are well understood, but other clicks, irregular patterns of sharp, brief sounds that don't match any known biological or geological source. These clicks sometimes occur in clusters, dozens or hundreds of clicks in rapid succession, then silence for hours or days. The pattern suggests some kind of event or activity. But what? Some of these clicking sounds have been tentatively attributed to snapping shrimp, which are abundant in certain ocean regions, and produce surprisingly loud popping sounds with their claws. But the acoustic signature isn't always a match, and some clicks are recorded in areas where snapping shrimp aren't known to inhabit. And then there are the pulses.
Regular, rhythmic pulses of low-frequency sound detected in various ocean basins. They're not constant like the hums. They're patterned, on, off, on, off. Sometimes with intervals of seconds, sometimes minutes. The regularity suggests something mechanical or biological with very consistent behavior. But no known organism produces sounds with such precise timing over extended periods. And no known geological process creates rhythmic pulses like this. Could they be human-made? Naval equipment? Research instruments left on the seafloor? Possibly. But many of these pulses come from areas with no known human installations. And when investigated, the source locations often correspond to deep water, sometimes hadal depths, where placing equipment would be extraordinarily difficult. What's particularly intriguing is that some of these phenomena seem to interact with each other. There are recordings where a hum in one frequency range appears to synchronize with clicks or pulses in another frequency range, as if different sources are somehow coordinating or responding to each other. Is this just coincidence? Acoustic artifacts? Random overlap of unrelated sounds? Or is it evidence of something more complex? Something communicating? Because that's the unsettling possibility that lingers in the background of all these discussions. What if some of these sounds aren't random? What if they're not just geological noise or biological byproducts? What if something in the deep ocean is actively producing sounds? Not for echolocation, not for navigation, but for communication. Communication with what? We don't know. But the patterns are there. The structure is there.
The repetition and rhythm and sometimes apparent response between different sources, it's all there in the data. And we don't have an explanation for it. The ocean is full of sounds we've identified. Whales, dolphins, fish, shrimp, waves, ice, volcanoes, earthquakes. We know what those sound like. We can recognize them. But buried in the acoustic data are sounds that don't fit.
Whispers in the darkness. Faint signals at the edge of our detection capabilities. Patterns that suggest intention but reveal nothing about their purpose. And the deeper we listen, literally, as we place hydrophones at greater depths, the more of these strange sounds we find. It's as if the ocean has layers of acoustic phenomena, and we've only begun to explore the surface layers. Below that, in the hadal zone, in the trenches, in the places where pressure and darkness reign, what sounds exist there? What conversations happen in those depths? What calls echo through the darkness, never reaching our sensors, never recorded, never analyzed? The sounds we've discussed in this chapter, bioduck, train, grinding, the 52 Hz whale, the hums and clicks and pulses, they're the ones we can hear. But for every sound we detect, there are likely dozens we miss. Sounds too quiet to propagate far enough. Sounds at frequencies our equipment doesn't monitor. Sounds in locations where no hydrophones exist. The ocean is speaking. It's always been speaking. We're only just beginning to listen. And what we're hearing, even with our limited capability, is stranger than we ever imagined. Because the ocean doesn't just contain mysteries. It contains voices. And some of those voices are trying to tell us something, whether we understand the message or not. Chapter 7. Messengers from the Deep. October 13th, 2013. Catalina Island, California. A marine science instructor named Jasmine Santana was snorkeling in shallow water when she spotted something that shouldn't have been there. A ribbon of silver, impossibly long, drifting in the current. As she swam closer, she realized what she was looking at. An oarfish, dead but remarkably intact, 18 feet long. She grabbed it and, with considerable effort, dragged it to shore. Within hours, the discovery made international news. The creature was so unusual, so otherworldly in appearance, that photographs of it went viral across the internet. But what made this discovery particularly significant wasn't just the size or the rarity. It was the timing. Because just days later, Southern California was struck by a magnitude 4.9 earthquake. And according to legend, oarfish are harbingers of seismic disaster, the messengers from the deep.
Oarfish belong to the family Regulacidae, and they are among the longest bony fish in the ocean. The giant oarfish, Regulicus glesnae, can grow to lengths exceeding 30 feet, though most specimens observed are smaller. They have elongated, ribbon-like bodies that undulate as they move through the water. Their dorsal fin runs the entire length of their body, starting just above the eyes and extending to the tail. This fin ripples in waves, propelling them through the water in a manner unlike any other fish. Their coloration is striking, silver with a bluish or purplish iridescence. Some specimens have dark markings or spots along their flanks. Their skin has no scales in the traditional sense, but rather a coating of a silvery substance called guanine, which gives them their metallic sheen. The most distinctive feature is their head and face. They have large eyes, a small protruding mouth, and, most strikingly, long red-colored pelvic fins that extend forward from near their head like crimson ribbons or oars. These modified fins likely inspired their common name. But despite their dramatic appearance, very little is known about their biology. Oarfish are deep-sea creatures. They typically inhabit the mesopaleogic and bathypaleogic zones, depths ranging from 200 meters to over 1,000 meters. Some researchers believe they may venture even deeper on occasion. At these depths, they're almost never encountered by humans. They don't take bait, they rarely get caught in fishing nets, and their habitat makes direct observation extremely difficult. What we do know comes primarily from 3 sources: dead specimens that wash ashore, occasional footage from deep-sea submersibles, and very rare encounters with divers. From these limited observations, scientists have pieced together a rough picture of their behavior. Oarfish are solitary animals. They're rarely seen in groups. They feed on small crustaceans, plankton, and small fish, filtering them from the water as they swim through the water column. They move in a vertical orientation, swimming upright rather than horizontally like most fish. Their bodies undulate in a smooth, serpentine motion with that long dorsal fin providing propulsion. And they're believed to be relatively slow-moving, drifting through the deep ocean currents rather than actively hunting. Their natural lifespan is unknown, their reproductive behavior is unknown, their population numbers are unknown.
They are, in almost every sense, a mystery. But what we do know is that occasionally, very occasionally, they come to the surface. And when they do, people notice. Because an oarfish at the surface is often a dying oarfish. The question is, why? Why would a deep-sea creature that spends its entire life in darkness suddenly appear in shallow water or wash up on a beach? Several theories have been proposed. The first is illness or injury. Like any animal, oarfish can become sick or wounded. Parasitic infections, bacterial diseases, or physical trauma could weaken them to the point where they can no longer maintain their position in the water column. As they weaken, they drift upward, eventually reaching the surface. This would explain why most oarfish sightings involve dead or dying specimens. They're not intentionally coming to the surface, they're losing the ability to stay at depth. The second theory involves changes in ocean conditions. Shifts in water temperature, salinity, or dissolved oxygen levels could force oarfish out of their normal habitat. If their preferred depth range becomes inhospitable, they might move upward in search of more suitable conditions, inadvertently reaching shallower water. Some researchers have noted that oarfish strandings often coincide with unusual oceanographic events, El Niño conditions, upwelling events, or sudden changes in ocean currents. These disruptions could disorient the fish or alter the distribution of their prey, leading them into an unfamiliar territory. The third theory is the one that has captured the most attention, particularly in Japan: the earthquake theory. In Japanese folklore, oarfish are called Rugu no Tsukai, the messenger from the sea god's palace. According to legend, when oarfish appear at the surface or wash ashore, they're delivering a warning. An earthquake is coming. And there's some observational evidence to support this correlation. In the months leading up to the catastrophic Tohoku earthquake and tsunami of March 2011, there was an unusual number of oarfish strandings along the Japanese coast. Dozens of specimens were found, far more than typical. Similar patterns have been noted before other seismic events. Increased oarfish sightings preceding earthquakes in Chile, the Philippines, and elsewhere. But is there a causal connection? One hypothesis suggests that seismic activity preceding major earthquakes releases gases or chemicals from the ocean floor. These could affect deep-sea organisms, particularly those living near the sea floor. If oarfish are sensitive to these changes, they might flee their normal depths, eventually reaching the surface. Another hypothesis involves electrical changes. Tectonic stress can generate electrical currents in the Earth's crust, a phenomenon called the piezoelectric effect.
If oarfish have electroreception capabilities, which many marine animals possess, they might detect these signals and react to them. A third possibility involves changes in ocean chemistry. Seismic activity can trigger the release of minerals or alter the composition of deep ocean water. Oarfish, with their specific habitat requirements, might be particularly sensitive to these changes. But here's the problem with all these theories. Correlation doesn't equal causation. Yes, there are cases where oarfish strandings preceded earthquakes, but there are also cases where oarfish washed ashore and no earthquake followed, and cases where major earthquakes occurred with no unusual oarfish activity beforehand. Statistical analysis of the correlation has produced mixed results. Some studies suggest a weak relationship. Others find no significant pattern at all. The scientific consensus as of now is skeptical. Most researchers believe that oarfish strandings are too rare and too poorly documented to serve as reliable earthquake predictors. But the legend persists, and in some ways that's understandable, because throughout human history, oarfish have been symbols of mystery and omen. For centuries, before we knew what oarfish actually were, sailors reported encounters with enormous serpentine creatures in the open ocean, sea serpents.
Dragon-like beasts rising from the depths, their sinuous bodies cutting through the waves, their strange appendages mistaken for manes or fins or limbs. These sightings were reported across cultures and centuries. Norse sailors described encounters with massive serpents in the North Atlantic. Japanese fishermen spoke of dragons emerging from the sea. Polynesian navigators told stories of great eels that could swallow boats. Many of these descriptions, when analyzed carefully, match the appearance and behavior of oarfish. A long, silvery body undulating through the water. A horse-like head with a crest, actually the dorsal fin extending above the eyes. Red appendages near the head, the elongated pelvic fins. In 1808, a sea serpent sighting off the coast of Massachusetts caused such alarm that a committee of scientists was convened to investigate. Witnesses described a creature over 60 feet long with a serrated back and horse-like head. The description almost perfectly matches a giant oarfish. In 1860, a French naval vessel encountered what the crew described as a sea serpent near Tenerife in the Canary Islands. The creature was estimated at over 70 feet long. The ship's captain ordered the crew to shoot at it, and they claimed to have hit it, causing it to bleed and eventually disappear beneath the waves. Again, the description is consistent with an oarfish. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, as oarfish specimens began washing ashore and being properly documented, the connection between sea serpent legends and this bizarre deep-sea fish became increasingly clear. The monsters weren't monsters at all. They were oarfish. Rare, strange, and poorly understood, but real animals nonetheless. And yet, the sense of mystery surrounding them has never entirely dissipated, because even now, with modern science and underwater cameras and genetic analysis, oarfish remain enigmatic. We don't know why they sometimes come to the surface. We don't know if they truly respond to seismic activity or if that's just folklore and coincidence. We don't know their full range, their life cycle, or their role in the deep-sea ecosystem. What we do know is that when an oarfish appears, it creates a moment of wonder. A glimpse of the deep ocean's inhabitants. A reminder that strange creatures exist in the darkness below. A connection to ancient legends and maritime mythology. They are, in a very real sense, messengers. Not from the sea god's palace, perhaps, but from a world we rarely see,
a world that exists beneath the waves, hidden from our daily lives, populated by creatures that seem more myth than reality. And when they surface, dying, disoriented, driven by forces we don't understand, they bring with them a message. Not a warning of earthquakes necessarily, but a reminder. A reminder that the ocean is vast and strange and full of life we're only beginning to comprehend. A reminder that for all our technology and knowledge, nature still holds secrets. And some of those secrets are 30 feet long, silver as moonlight, and crowned with crimson ribbons. The oarfish. Ryugu no Tsukai, the messenger from the deep.
Chapter 8. Other Deep-Sea Heralds. Oarfish aren't the only deep-sea creatures that occasionally deliver messages from the abyss. Throughout history, the appearance of certain marine animals at the surface, particularly those that normally inhabit great depths, has been interpreted as an omen, a warning, a sign that something is wrong with the ocean. And in recent decades, as we've developed better tools to monitor and document these events, a troubling pattern has emerged. Deep-sea creatures are appearing at the surface with increasing frequency. Let's start with the giant squid. For centuries, giant squid existed primarily in mythology. Sailors told stories of monstrous cephalopods rising from the deep, their tentacles capable of pulling entire ships beneath the waves. The kraken, the colossal beast of Scandinavian legend. It seemed like fantasy, like sea serpents and mermaids, creatures born from fear and imagination rather than reality. But then specimens started washing ashore. In 1853, a Danish naturalist examined a massive squid that had stranded on a beach in Jutland. It was the first scientifically documented giant squid. Throughout the late 19th and 20th centuries, more specimens appeared. Sometimes just tentacles or beaks found in the stomachs of sperm whales. Sometimes complete animals, dead and decomposing on remote beaches. Scientists gave them a name: Architeuthis dux, the ruling squid, the giant of giants. They can grow to lengths of 40 feet or more, with eyes the size of dinner plates, the largest eyes in the animal kingdom. They live at depths of 300 to 1,000 meters, in the twilight zone where sunlight fades to nothing. And they almost never come to the surface alive.
When they do appear, it's usually because they're dying or already dead. But in recent years, the frequency of giant squid strandings has increased noticeably. Japan has documented multiple strandings in a single year, far above historical averages. Spain's northern coast has seen an uptick. New Zealand, California, South Africa, reports are coming in from around the world. In 2015, a live giant squid was filmed in shallow water near a Japanese harbor. It was behaving erratically, swimming in circles, clearly disoriented. It died shortly after. In 2018, another live specimen appeared in shallow water off the coast of Spain, again exhibiting confused behavior, again dead within hours. These aren't isolated incidents anymore. They're becoming a pattern. And giant squid aren't alone. Deep-sea fish, species that normally inhabit depths of 500 meters or more, are surfacing with alarming regularity. Barrel-eye fish, with their transparent heads and upward-pointing eyes, have been found floating near the surface in areas where they've never been documented before. Viper fish, with their needle-like teeth and bioluminescent organs, have washed ashore on beaches where they shouldn't exist. Football fish, a type of anglerfish with massive mouths and bioluminescent lures, have been found on California beaches multiple times in recent years. These fish normally live at depths of 3,000 feet or more.
Lancetfish, with their sail-like dorsal fins and dagger-shaped bodies, are appearing in unusual locations and unusual numbers. Each of these events individually might be unremarkable. Deep-sea creatures do occasionally get disoriented or sick. Ocean currents can push dying animals into strange locations. But the cumulative pattern is concerning, because it's not just individual animals anymore. It's mass die-offs. In 2015, thousands of Humboldt squid, large predatory squid that typically inhabit deep water, washed ashore along the California coast. They appeared to have surfaced and died en masse with no clear explanation.
In 2016, mass strandings of deep-sea organisms occurred along the coast of Chile. Multiple species, all appearing simultaneously, all dead or dying. Similar events have been reported in Peru, Japan, Australia, and elsewhere. These aren't single-species events. They're multi-species die-offs involving creatures from various depths all surfacing at the same time. That suggests a systemic problem, not individual illness or injury, but environmental disruption on a large scale. So what's causing it? Several factors are likely at play. The first is ocean temperature change. As global temperatures rise, ocean temperatures are changing as well. But the warming isn't uniform. Some areas are heating faster than others. Deep ocean currents are shifting. The thermocline, the boundary between warm surface water and cold deep water, is moving. For creatures adapted to very specific temperature ranges at specific depths, these changes can be catastrophic. If their habitat becomes too warm or too cold, they must either migrate to new depths or die. Sometimes, in seeking cooler or warmer water, they miscalculate and end up at the surface. The second factor is deoxygenation. Oxygen levels in the ocean are declining. This is happening for multiple reasons. Warmer water holds less dissolved oxygen, pollution increases oxygen consumption by bacteria, and changes in ocean circulation reduce the mixing of oxygen-rich surface water with deeper layers. Areas of the ocean that were once oxygen-rich are becoming hypoxic, low in oxygen. Some areas are becoming anoxic, completely devoid of oxygen. Deep-sea creatures, which already live in low-oxygen environments, are particularly vulnerable. As oxygen levels drop further, they're forced to move to shallower depths in search of breathable water. But shallow water presents its own problems. The temperature is wrong, the pressure is wrong, the light levels are wrong. They're out of their element. The third factor is chemical pollution. Heavy metals, plastics, agricultural runoff, industrial waste, all of it eventually makes its way into the ocean, and much of it sinks, accumulating in the deep sea. Studies have found alarming levels of toxic chemicals in deep-sea organisms. PCBs in amphipods from the Mariana Trench, mercury in deep-sea fish, microplastics in the digestive systems of creatures living miles beneath the surface. These pollutants can cause neurological damage, disrupt navigation, impair immune systems, and affect behavior in ways that might cause deep-sea creatures to surface when they shouldn't. The fourth factor is industrial noise. Sonar from naval vessels, seismic surveys for oil and gas exploration, underwater construction, the ocean is becoming an increasingly noisy place. Sound travels efficiently through water, and many marine animals rely on acoustics for navigation, communication, and hunting. Intense human-generated noise can disorient them, disrupt their behavior, and even cause physical harm. Whales have been known to beach themselves in response to military sonar. It's not unreasonable to think that deep-sea organisms might surface in response to acoustic disturbances. And finally, there's seismic activity.
We talked earlier about how earthquakes might affect oarfish. The same mechanisms, electromagnetic changes, gas releases, infrasound, could affect other deep-sea creatures as well. Before major seismic events, we sometimes see unusual surfacing of multiple species. Not just one type of animal, but entire communities of deep-sea life appearing where they shouldn't be. This suggests they're fleeing something, responding to environmental cues that we can't directly perceive. All of these factors are interconnected. Rising temperatures affect oxygen levels. Pollution stresses animals, making them more vulnerable to other stressors. Noise pollution can drive creatures into unfamiliar territory where they encounter chemical pollution or temperature changes. It's not one thing causing deep-sea creatures to surface, it's everything. The ocean is under stress, multiple stresses simultaneously compounding each other. And the creatures that live there, particularly in the deep ocean where conditions have been stable for millions of years, are responding to that stress in the only way they can.
By moving, by fleeing, by trying to find somewhere habitable. And sometimes that means surfacing, even though surfacing means death. So what is the ocean trying to tell us? Because that's the real question, isn't it? These creatures are messengers, just as folklore always claimed. They are messengers from the ecosystem itself. They're telling us that something is wrong, that the deep ocean, the largest habitat on Earth, the most stable environment on the planet, is changing. And it's changing fast, faster than these ancient lineages can adapt. When an oarfish washes ashore, it's not predicting an earthquake, it's responding to environmental stress, maybe seismic, maybe chemical, maybe thermal. When giant squid appear in shallow water, disoriented and dying, they're not attacking ships or threatening humans, they're fleeing conditions that have become intolerable. When deep-sea fish float at the surface, their bodies adapted for crushing pressure, suddenly subjected to near-atmospheric conditions, they're not choosing to be there. They're refugees, ecological refugees, and their appearance at the surface is a symptom of a much larger problem. We tend to think of the ocean as infinite, as unchangeable, as something that will always be there, functioning the way it always has. But it's not. The ocean is a living system, complex, interconnected, sensitive to change. And right now, it's changing faster than at any point in human history. Temperature, chemistry, oxygen levels, acidity, noise, pollution, overfishing, habitat destruction. Every single stressor affecting the surface ocean eventually affects the deep ocean as well.
It just takes longer. But now, those effects are manifesting. And the creatures that live in the deepest, darkest places, the places we can barely reach, the places that have remained largely unchanged for millions of years, they're feeling it. And they're trying to escape. But there's nowhere to go. If the deep ocean becomes uninhabitable, there's no deeper place to flee to. There's no refuge beyond the hadal zone. So they surface. And they die. And we find them on our beaches, in our harbors, floating in our coastal waters. Messengers from the deep, not warning us about what's coming, but showing us what's already here. The ocean is in crisis, and these creatures, oarfish, giant squid, deep-sea fish, they're the canaries in the coal mine. Except the mine is the largest ecosystem on Earth, and we're all living inside it.
Chapter 10: Ships that Vanished. The deep ocean floor is a graveyard. Thousands of ships rest there. Vessels from every era of human seafaring, from ancient wooden galleys to modern steel freighters. Each one tells a story of the sea's power and humanity's vulnerability. Some sank in known circumstances: battles, storms, collisions. Their final moments are documented, their locations mapped, their stories understood. But others simply vanished. No distress call, no debris field, no survivors. They were there one day, sailing across the ocean, full of crew and cargo and life. And then they were gone. Disappeared into the depths without explanation. And decades later, sometimes centuries later, some of them are found in places they shouldn't be, at depths that raise more questions than they answer, in conditions that defy easy explanation. These are the ships that haunt maritime history, and their mysteries remain unsolved. Let's begin with SS Waratah. July 1909.
The SS Waratah was a passenger steamship, relatively new, built just the year before in Glasgow. She was designed for the route between Britain and Australia, carrying passengers and cargo across some of the most challenging waters in the world. She was 500 feet long, displaced over 9,000 tons, and could carry 700 passengers. By the standards of the era, she was considered modern and well-appointed. On July 26, 1909, the Waratah departed from Durban, South Africa, heading south along the coast toward Cape Town. She carried 211 passengers and crew. The following day, she was seen by another ship, the Clan McIntyre. The two vessels exchanged signals. Everything appeared normal. The Waratah continued on her route and was never seen again.
When she failed to arrive at Cape Town, alarm spread quickly. Ships were dispatched to search the route. The Royal Navy sent vessels. Aircraft scoured the coastline when weather permitted. Nothing was found. No wreckage, no bodies, no lifeboats, no debris of any kind. It was as if the ship had simply ceased to exist. Over the following months and years, searches continued. The mystery deepened. Theories emerged. Had she capsized in a storm? The weather had been rough along that section of coast, with reports of heavy seas. But ships routinely weathered such conditions, and the Waratah was considered seaworthy. Had she struck a reef or underwater obstacle? Possible, but the route was well charted and the captain experienced. Had she suffered some kind of catastrophic structural failure? An explosion in the boiler room, a hull breach? Again, possible, but that would typically leave debris, and none was found. The loss of the Waratah became known as Australia's Titanic, a ship that disappeared completely, taking all souls aboard with her into the depths. And to this day, despite numerous searches using increasingly sophisticated technology, the wreck has never been definitively located. There have been sonar contacts, possible debris fields, claims of discovery that were later disputed, but no confirmed wreck site. Somewhere off the coast of South Africa, at a depth still unknown, the Waratah rests, and with her, the answer to what happened in those final hours. Now let's turn to USS Cyclops. March 1918. World War I was in its final year. The USS Cyclops was a coal carrier serving the U.S. Navy, one of 4 sister ships designed to transport fuel for the fleet. She was massive, over 540 feet long, capable of carrying 10,000 tons of cargo. She had a crew of 306.
In February 1918, the Cyclops departed from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, after loading a cargo of manganese ore. She made a brief stop in Barbados on March 3rd and 4th, taking on additional supplies and fuel. On March 4th, she departed Barbados, heading north toward Baltimore, Maryland. She never arrived. No distress signal was received, no wreckage was found, no survivors came forward. The ship, her crew, and over 10,000 tons of cargo simply vanished.
It remains the single largest loss of life in U.S. naval history, not directly involving combat. The disappearance of the Cyclops occurred in an area that would later become infamous, the Bermuda Triangle. This region of the Atlantic Ocean, roughly bounded by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, has been associated with numerous mysterious disappearances over the years. Ships and aircraft vanishing without trace, strange magnetic anomalies, unusual weather patterns. The Cyclops became one of the most cited examples of Bermuda Triangle mysteries. But what actually happened? Theories abound. Some suggest the ship was structurally unsound. There had been concerns about cracks in the hull, and the heavy cargo of manganese ore would have stressed the vessel significantly. Perhaps she broke apart and sank rapidly, too fast to send a distress call. Others point to the weather. March in the Atlantic can be treacherous. A sudden storm could have overwhelmed the ship, especially if she was already compromised. There are more exotic theories as well. German U-boats were active in the Atlantic during World War I. Could the Cyclops have been torpedoed? But there are no German records of such an attack, and U-boat commanders typically documented their kills. Could there have been sabotage, mutiny, some kind of onboard disaster that prevented any communication? The truth is, we don't know. And we may never know. Because despite decades of searching, despite advances in deep-sea exploration technology, despite numerous expeditions specifically seeking the Cyclops, she has never been found.
If she sank in the deep Atlantic, she could be at a depth of 5,000 meters or more, in darkness, in terrain that's difficult to search. The ocean keeps her secret. Next, we have a different kind of mystery. Not a ship that vanished completely, but one that was found when it shouldn't have been. MV Joyita, October 1955. The Joyita was a merchant vessel operating in the South Pacific. She was scheduled to make a routine voyage from Samoa to the Tokelau Islands, carrying cargo and passengers, a trip she'd made many times before. She departed on October 3rd with 25 people aboard, 16 crew members and 9 passengers. The journey should have taken about 2 days. She never arrived. 5 weeks later, on November 10th, the Joyita was spotted by another vessel, adrift in the ocean hundreds of miles north of her intended route. When the discovering crew boarded her, they found something deeply unsettling. The ship was abandoned. Completely. All 25 people were gone. But there were no signs of struggle. No blood, no damage suggesting violence or attack. The ship itself was listing heavily to one side, partially flooded, but she was still afloat. The flooding was confined to certain compartments, and her cork-line hull made her virtually unsinkable. Some of the cargo was missing. The lifeboats were gone. Medical supplies from the ship's dispensary had been taken, but personal belongings remained. Wallets, papers, clothing. Things people wouldn't leave behind voluntarily. Most strangely, the radio was found tuned to the international distress frequency, as if someone had been trying to send a call for help. But there was no record of any distress signal being received. The mystery of the Joyita captivated the world. What had happened to make 25 people abandon a ship that was still afloat? Why had they taken some items, but not others? Where were the lifeboats? Where were the bodies? Investigations followed. Theories emerged. Perhaps the flooding had been worse than it appeared, and the crew believed the ship was sinking. They abandoned her in the lifeboats, but those boats were lost in rough seas. Everyone perished, while the Joyita, more buoyant than anyone realized, stayed afloat. Perhaps there had been an attack. Pirates, though rare in that region, weren't unheard of. But there was no evidence of violence, and nothing particularly valuable had been taken. Perhaps there had been a fire or explosion that wasn't immediately obvious from the recovered vessel. People fled in panic, abandoning ship. Or perhaps something stranger. The South Pacific has its share of mysteries, unexplained phenomena, stories from island cultures about regions of ocean that ships should avoid. The official investigation concluded that the most likely scenario was that the ship suffered engine failure and flooding. Unable to radio for help, the radio equipment was found to be faulty, the crew decided to abandon ship, believing she would sink. The lifeboats were lost in the ocean, and all aboard perished. But that explanation doesn't account for everything. Why tune the radio to the distress frequency if it was broken? Why take medical supplies but leave valuable personal items? Why was the ship found so far off course? The Joyita mystery remains unsolved. And somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, in waters that could be thousands of meters deep, the remains of 25 people may still rest. Or they may have vanished as completely as their ship nearly did. And finally, we need to talk about Flight 19. December 5, 1945. 5 TBM Avenger torpedo bombers took off from Naval Air Station Fort Lauderdale, Florida, on a routine training mission. 14 crew members aboard the 5 aircraft. The flight plan was simple: fly east over the Atlantic, conduct practice bombing runs, then return to base. A trip they'd made countless times.
But this time, something went wrong. About an hour and a half into the flight, radio communications from the lead aircraft indicated confusion. The flight leader reported that both of his compasses were malfunctioning. He wasn't sure of their position. The conversation between the aircraft and the base grew increasingly garbled. The last coherent transmission suggested the flight was lost, possibly over the Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America, which would have meant they'd flown in completely the wrong direction. And then, silence. A rescue plane, a PBM Mariner, was dispatched to search for the missing flight. It carried a crew of 13. That plane also disappeared. 19 aircraft and 27 men, gone in a single day. Extensive searches found nothing. No wreckage, no oil slicks, no debris, no life rafts. Flight 19 became one of the most famous mysteries associated with the Bermuda Triangle. Books were written about it. Television shows investigated it. Theories ranged from the mundane to the fantastical. Were the planes simply lost, running out of fuel and crashing into the Atlantic? That's the most logical explanation. Disoriented pilots flying over open ocean could easily miscalculate their position. Once their fuel was exhausted, they would have ditched into the sea. But if so, where's the wreckage? Aircraft wreckage floats, at least initially. Oil from the fuel tanks creates slicks visible from the air. 5 aircraft crashing into the ocean should have left some evidence. Unless they crashed in very deep water. Parts of the Atlantic in that region exceed 6,000 meters in depth. Aircraft wreckage would sink quickly, and in those depths, it would be virtually impossible to locate without specific coordinates. The PBM Mariner that went to search for them adds another layer to the mystery. That aircraft was known to have a flaw. Fuel vapors could accumulate in the fuselage, creating an explosion risk. Some reports suggest a merchant ship in the area saw an explosion in the sky around the time the Mariner disappeared. But again, no wreckage was recovered. Over the years, various debris fields have been discovered in the Atlantic, aircraft wreckage at depth, sometimes claimed to be from Flight 19, but none have been definitively confirmed. Because matching 70-year-old wreckage to specific aircraft is difficult, especially when that wreckage is corroded, scattered across the seafloor, buried in sediment.
The ocean is full of lost aircraft. From World War II alone, thousands of planes went down over water. Many were never recovered.
Flight 19 is just the most famous. But famous or not, those 5 aircraft are somewhere, resting on the ocean floor, along with the mariner that went looking for them. 27 men entombed in metal, in darkness, at depths we can barely reach. These stories, the Waratah, the Cyclops, the Joyita, Flight 19, they remind us of something fundamental. The ocean is vast, deeper than mountains are tall, darker than any cave. And when something disappears into it, there's no guarantee we'll ever find it again. Not because the ocean is supernatural or cursed or magical, but because it's simply too large, too deep, too difficult to search. We've explored less than 5% of the ocean floor, mapped less than 20% in high resolution. That means 80% of the seafloor remains largely unknown, unseen, uncharted. And somewhere in that 80%, these lost vessels rest, along with thousands of others. Wrecks in the abyss, silent, dark, waiting. Some will eventually be found as technology improves and search efforts continue, but others will remain lost forever, their final moments unknown, their crews still aboard, their mysteries preserved in the cold and pressure of the deep. The ocean keeps its secrets, and sometimes those secrets are ships that simply vanished.
Chapter 10. The Titanic's Neighbors. April 15, 1912, 2:20 a.m. The RMS Titanic slipped beneath the surface of the North Atlantic 400 miles south of Newfoundland. She sank in water that was 3,800 meters deep, 2.5 miles straight down. For 73 years she remained lost, searched for, theorized about, but never found. Until 1985, when Robert Ballard's expedition finally located her resting place on the ocean floor. The discovery captured the world's attention. The images of that massive bow still intact emerging from the darkness. The debris field scattered across the seafloor. The haunting artifacts, shoes, bottles, pieces of luggage, marking where passengers had been when the ship broke apart. The Titanic became the most famous shipwreck in the world. But she's not alone down there. The North Atlantic is filled with wrecks, hundreds of them, thousands depending on how you count. And in the deep waters near where the Titanic lies, other vessels rest. Ships with their own stories, their own tragedies, their own mysteries. Ships that have been overshadowed by the Titanic's fame, but are no less significant. Let's talk about some of Titanic's neighbors. Within a few hundred miles of where the Titanic sank, numerous other vessels met similar fates. The North Atlantic shipping lanes have always been treacherous: ice, fog, storms, and in wartime, submarines. One of the lesser-known wrecks in the region is the SS Arctic, September 27, 1854. The Arctic was a paddle-wheel steamship, considered one of the most luxurious vessels of her era. She was traveling from Liverpool to New York with 400 people aboard when she collided with a French steamer in dense fog off the coast of Newfoundland. The collision tore a hole in the Arctic's hull. She began taking on water immediately. What followed was chaos. There weren't enough lifeboats. Panic spread. The crew attempted to save themselves first, leaving passengers behind. Women and children were abandoned as men fought for places in the boats. The Arctic sank about 4 hours after the collision. Only 86 people survived, almost all of them crew members.
She went down in relatively deep water, and her exact location wasn't recorded with precision. For over 150 years, she remained lost. In 2013, explorers claimed to have found her wreck site, lying at a depth of approximately 500 meters, but the discovery has been disputed and the wreck remains largely unexplored. The Arctic story is a dark precursor to the Titanic, a disaster caused by hubris, inadequate safety measures, and the failure of those in charge to protect the vulnerable. Then there's the SS Californian. This ship is inextricably linked to the Titanic disaster, but not because she sank, because she didn't respond. On the night of April 14, 1912, the Californian was stopped in the ice field just miles from where the Titanic was sinking. Her crew saw rockets being fired into the sky, the distress signals from the Titanic. But they didn't understand what they were seeing or chose not to act. The radio operator had gone to bed. The captain was asleep. No one made the decision to investigate. The Californian remained stationary while 1,500 people died just a few miles away. The controversy over her inaction haunted the ship for the rest of her service life. She became known as the ship that could have saved the Titanic, but didn't. In 1915, during World War I, the Californian was torpedoed by a German U-boat off the coast of Greece. She sank in the Mediterranean, taking one crew member with her.
Her wreck has never been located, but somewhere on the Mediterranean seafloor she rests, forever associated with one of history's most infamous maritime disasters. Now, let's turn to a ship everyone has heard of, but few truly understand. RMS Lusitania, May 7, 1915. The Lusitania was a sister to the Titanic in spirit, though not literally. She was a massive passenger liner, capable of speeds exceeding 25 knots, faster than almost anything else on the ocean. She was traveling from New York to Liverpool during World War I. Germany had declared the waters around Britain to be a war zone, and had warned that ships entering those waters could be attacked. Most people assumed this threat didn't apply to passenger vessels. They were wrong. On the afternoon of May 7th, off the southern coast of Ireland, the German submarine U-20 fired a single torpedo into the Lusitania's starboard side. The torpedo struck near the bow, and then, seconds later, a second, much larger explosion occurred inside the ship. The Lusitania sank in just 18 minutes, far faster than should have been possible for a ship of her size. Of the 1,959 people aboard, 1,198 died. The loss of American civilians on the Lusitania was a major factor in turning U.S. public opinion against Germany and eventually contributed to America's entry into the war. But here's where the mystery begins. What caused that second explosion? The German torpedo alone shouldn't have sunk the Lusitania so quickly. She was a well-built ship with multiple watertight compartments. A single torpedo hit, even a direct one, would have caused flooding, but the ship should have stayed afloat much longer. That second explosion, witnessed by survivors, documented in testimony, was massive. It tore through the ship's interior, collapsing decks, rupturing bulkheads. The official explanation was that the torpedo struck a coal bunker and the coal dust ignited, causing a secondary explosion.
But many historians doubt this. Coal dust explosions are possible, but they're not typically that powerful or that instantaneous. An alternative theory emerged. The Lusitania was carrying munitions. Despite being a passenger liner, she may have been transporting weapons and ammunition from the United States to Britain. This was illegal under the rules of war. Passenger ships weren't supposed to carry military cargo. But it would explain the second explosion. If the torpedo struck a hold containing ammunition, the resulting detonation would have been catastrophic. The British government denied this for decades, but documents released later suggested that the Lusitania was indeed carrying munitions. Thousands of rounds of rifle ammunition, artillery shells, and other military supplies. If true, it means the Lusitania was a legitimate military target by the standards of the time. It also means that passengers were put at risk without their knowledge, sailing aboard what was essentially a floating weapons depot. The wreck of the Lusitania lies at a depth of 93 meters off the coast of Ireland. It's been visited by divers numerous times, and the condition of the wreck raises questions. The ship is badly damaged, far more than should be expected from a single torpedo hit and the sinking itself. Parts of the hull are blown outward, suggesting internal explosions. The debris field is consistent with a ship that suffered multiple catastrophic explosions. The Irish government has declared the wreck a protected site, restricting access. Some believe this is to prevent further investigation into what the Lusitania was really carrying. The secrets of the Lusitania remain, quite literally, buried in the deep. Now, let's talk about the ship that everyone forgets, HMHS Britannic. The Titanic had two sister ships, Olympic and Britannic. All three were built by the White Star Line as part of their Olympic-class series, the largest and most luxurious ocean liners of their time. Olympic had a long career, surviving both world wars and earning the nickname Old Reliable. Titanic, of course, sank on her maiden voyage. And Britannic? She never even operated as a passenger liner.
The Britannic was launched in 1914, but World War I had begun. Instead of entering commercial service, she was requisitioned by the British government and converted into a hospital ship. For 2 years, she transported wounded soldiers from the Mediterranean theater back to Britain. She made multiple successful voyages, serving thousands of patients. And then, on November 21, 1916, while sailing in the Aegean Sea near Greece, something went wrong. At 8:12 a.m., a massive explosion rocked the ship's forward section. Water began flooding in immediately. The exact cause has never been definitively determined. The most likely explanation is that the Britannic struck a mine laid by a German submarine. The Aegean was heavily mined during the war, but some survivors reported seeing a torpedo track. Could she have been torpedoed despite being a hospital ship, clearly marked with red crosses? Whatever the cause, the Britannic began to sink. Unlike her sister ship, she had been modified with additional safety features after the Titanic disaster. More lifeboats, improved watertight doors, better compartmentalization. And yet she sank in just 55 minutes. Why so quickly? She had better safety features than the Titanic. She was in relatively calm seas. The damage should have been manageable. The answer lies in a tragic mistake. As the ship listed, some portholes on the lower decks were still open for ventilation. Water began pouring in through these openings, flooding compartments that should have remained sealed. The watertight doors couldn't compensate. Additionally, the ship's captain tried to beach her on the nearby island of Kea, hoping to ground her in shallow water before she sank completely. He ordered the engines run at full power, driving the ship forward. But this actually made things worse. The forward momentum forced more water into the damaged bow section, accelerating the flooding. 30 people died, mostly from lifeboats being launched while the ship was still moving forward, causing them to be sucked into the massive propellers that were still turning. The Britannic came to rest at a depth of 120 meters on the seafloor near Kea.
She lies there, still, the largest ship lost during World War I. Unlike the Titanic, which broke into 2 sections, the Britannic sank intact. She's resting on her starboard side, remarkably preserved for a ship that's been underwater for over a century. Divers have explored her extensively. The wreck is in far better condition than the Titanic, partly because she's in shallower water with less corrosive deep-sea chemistry.
And what they've found is fascinating. The massive hole in her bow section, the entry point of whatever caused her sinking, is clearly visible. The interior compartments are accessible. Medical equipment, beds, surgical instruments, all still present, ghostly reminders of her purpose as a hospital ship. But there's also damage that doesn't quite make sense. Some researchers who've studied the wreck believe there may have been a secondary internal explosion similar to the Lusitania. Coal dust? Munitions she shouldn't have been carrying? The debate continues. What these wrecks, the Titanic, the Lusitania, the Britannic, and the countless others resting on the Atlantic seafloor reveal is something profound about final moments. Because when a ship sinks, it becomes a time capsule. Everything aboard is preserved, frozen in the moment of disaster. The debris field tells a story. The position of objects, the distribution of wreckage, the state of the hull, all of it provides clues. The Titanic's debris field, for instance, shows exactly how the ship broke apart. The bow and stern sections landed over 2,000 feet apart. Between them, a trail of debris, furniture, fixtures, personal items, marking the path of the sinking. You can see where the ship's structure failed, where the boilers broke free, where the weight of water caused decks to collapse. It's like reading a violent, tragic story, written in twisted metal and scattered artifacts. The Lusitania's wreck shows signs of multiple explosions. The damage pattern is inconsistent with a single torpedo hit. Whatever was in her holds detonated with tremendous force. The Britannic lies intact but heavily damaged on her starboard side, the wound that killed her still visible, still gaping. These wrecks are archaeological sites, crime scenes, monuments to human error and nature's power. And they remind us that the ocean is not just a graveyard for ships.
It's an archive. Every wreck preserved in the deep holds information about shipbuilding techniques, about historical events, about what happened in those final moments when steel groaned and water rushed in, and people faced the reality that they weren't going to survive. The deep ocean doesn't decay things the way the surface world does. No insects, no bacteria that can efficiently break down metal and wood, no weather, just darkness, pressure, cold. Ships that sank 100 years ago can look almost new in some areas, preserved, waiting for us to find them, to explore them, to understand what they have to teach us. The Titanic's neighbors, the Arctic, the Californian, the Lusitania, the Britannic, they're all teachers, teaching us about hubris, about war, about the sea's indifference to human ambition, and teaching us that every ship that sinks has a story, even if that story is overshadowed by a more famous tragedy, even if that story is forgotten by all but a few historians and researchers. The ocean remembers, the wrecks remain, and the deep keeps their secrets.
Chapter 11. Unexplained Wrecks. Most shipwrecks make sense. A storm, a collision, an act of war. The cause is known, the location logical, the circumstances understood. But not all wrecks fit this pattern. Some are found in places they shouldn't be, at depths that raise questions, with damage that defies explanation, or in such perfect condition that their preservation itself becomes a mystery. These are the unexplained wrecks, and the more we explore the deep ocean, the more of them we find. Let's start in the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean Sea has been a highway for human civilization for thousands of years. Phoenicians, Greeks, Romans, Byzantines, Venetians, every maritime culture left their mark on these waters. And many left their ships. The seafloor is littered with ancient wrecks. Trading vessels carrying amphorae of wine and oil, warships from forgotten battles, cargo ships that never reached their destinations. Most of these wrecks are in relatively shallow water, along coastal routes where ancient sailors preferred to travel. Depths of 50, 100, maybe 200 meters. But some are much deeper. In 1999, oceanographers conducting deep-sea surveys off the coast of Turkey discovered something extraordinary. At a depth of over 400 meters, far below the range of ancient diving technology, they found the wreck of a Byzantine merchant ship. The vessel was remarkably intact. The wooden hull, though colonized by marine organisms, retained its basic structure. The cargo, ceramic jars and metal objects, was still arranged in the hold exactly as it had been loaded over 1,000 years ago. But here's what puzzled researchers. What was this ship doing in such deep water? Ancient mariners navigated by sight, following coastlines and island chains. They didn't have the navigational tools to safely cross open ocean, especially not over deep water. The standard practice was to stay within sight of land.
Yet this ship sank in water deep enough that the seafloor was beyond anything those sailors would have encountered in their normal routes. Had they been blown off course by a storm? Possibly. But if so, how did they end up so far from any known shipping lane? Was there an ancient route across deep water that historians don't know about? A shortcut that ancient captains used despite the risks? Or did the ship sink somewhere else and somehow end up at this depth through underwater landslides or current action? Similar mysteries exist throughout the Mediterranean. In 2015, researchers found a Roman-era wreck at a depth of 800 meters off the coast of Greece. Again, far deeper than expected for ancient vessels. The wreck was in excellent condition, better, in fact, than many shallower wrecks. The cold, dark water at that depth had preserved it remarkably well. But the questions remained. Why was it there? How did it get to such depth? And most puzzling of all, why does the damage to the hull not match any known cause of sinking? Because that's the other mystery. Anomalous damage patterns. When a wooden ship sinks, the damage typically tells a story. Collision with rocks leaves splintering and crushing damage on one side. Fire leaves charring. Battle damage shows penetration marks from rams or projectiles. Rot and age cause collapse of weakened timbers. But some ancient wrecks show damage that doesn't fit any of these patterns. One wreck off Sicily, dating to approximately 300 BCE, has what appears to be a massive hole punched through its keel from below, as if something struck it from underneath with tremendous force. But there are no rocks in that area, no reefs, no geological features that could produce such damage. What could strike a ship from below in open water? Some researchers have suggested the vessel might have struck a semi-submerged log or piece of driftwood, but the damage pattern is too regular, too concentrated to be consistent with that explanation.
Another possibility is a whale strike. Large whales can and do collide with ships, occasionally causing significant damage. But the damage pattern doesn't quite match that scenario either. The mystery remains. Then there are wrecks found far from any known shipping lanes. In 2003, sonar surveys in the Black Sea detected a wreck at a depth of over 2,000 meters, deep into the anoxic zone, where oxygen levels are too low to support most life. The lack of oxygen meant the wreck was in extraordinary condition. Wood-eating organisms couldn't survive down there, so the vessel remained remarkably intact. But the location made no sense. The wreck was in the center of the Black Sea, far from any known ancient route. No logical reason for a ship to be there. Was it caught in a catastrophic storm and driven far off course before sinking? Or is there an ancient trade route across the Black Sea that historians have overlooked? A route that crossed the deepest parts of the basin despite the risks. The Atlantic presents its own mysteries. In 2019, researchers exploring the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, an underwater mountain range running down the center of the Atlantic Ocean, discovered the remains of what appeared to be a wooden vessel at a depth of 3,200 meters. The wreck was fragmentary, degraded by the less preserving conditions of the Atlantic compared to the Mediterranean or Black Sea. But enough remained to determine it was a sailing ship, possibly from the 17th or 18th century. But what was it doing there? The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is nowhere near any historical shipping lane. Ships crossing the Atlantic stay in shallower waters, following established routes. For a vessel to sink at that location, it would have had to be drastically off course. So far off course that it raises questions about what happened aboard. Mutiny? Navigation error? Storm damage that left the ship drifting for days or weeks before it finally sank? We may never know. Now let's talk about the perfectly preserved wrecks. In the anoxic waters of the Black Sea, where oxygen levels below about 200 meters are too low to support most life, wrecks can remain in extraordinary condition for centuries.
In 2018, an international team discovered what they described as the oldest intact shipwreck ever found. A Greek trading vessel dated to approximately 400 BCE, resting at a depth of 2,000 meters. And intact is an understatement. The mast was still standing, upright, after 2,400 years. The rigging remained, the steering oars were in place. You could see the exact configuration of the ship, unchanged from the day it sank. It was as if the vessel had been placed on the seafloor yesterday, not 2 millennia ago. This level of preservation is almost unheard of. Wood degrades, rope deteriorates, metal corrodes. Even in the best conditions, wrecks typically collapse or disintegrate over time. But in the Black Sea's anoxic zone, the normal processes of decay simply don't occur. And that's created something remarkable. A fleet of ghost ships, frozen in time, waiting in perfect darkness. But it also raises questions. Because if these wrecks are this well preserved, what else might be down there that we haven't found yet? Ancient cultures had ships far earlier than 400 BCE, Bronze Age vessels, Neolithic boats. If those ships sank in anoxic waters, they might still exist, preserved in detail that would revolutionize our understanding of ancient maritime technology. Somewhere in the deep Black Sea, there could be wrecks from civilizations we barely know existed, ships from cultures that left no written records, no detailed archaeological sites on land. And they're waiting, perfect, preserved, unknown. But perhaps the strangest category of unexplained wrecks are those that shouldn't exist where they were found. In 2007, sonar imaging off the coast of Florida detected a large wooden structure at a depth of 200 meters, approximately 30 miles offshore. When researchers investigated, they found what appeared to be a shipwreck, but not like any they'd seen before in that region. The construction technique was wrong. The wood types didn't match vessels known to have operated in the Atlantic. The design was inconsistent with European shipbuilding from any known period.
Some researchers suggested it might be a Spanish colonial vessel from an unknown expedition. Others thought it could be from a culture that had transatlantic contact before Columbus, though that's highly controversial. Attempts to date the wood have produced conflicting results, and the site's protection status has limited further investigation. So the wreck remains a mystery. A ship that shouldn't be there, built in a way that doesn't match known vessels, from a time period that can't be clearly established.
Similar anomalies exist elsewhere. A wreck off the coast of Japan, dated to approximately 1,000 years ago, shows construction techniques that don't match any known Japanese, Chinese, or Korean shipbuilding traditions from that era. A vessel found in the deep Pacific, far from any known trade route, appears to be of European construction but predates confirmed European exploration of that region. These outliers are rare. Most wrecks, when properly studied, fit into the known historical record. But the ones that don't, they hint at something. Lost expeditions, unknown voyages, contact between cultures that historians didn't believe had any interaction. Or simply ships that were experimental, unique, one-of-a-kind vessels that vanished before their design could be replicated or recorded. The deep ocean is an archive, but it's an archive that doesn't organize itself neatly. Wrecks from different eras lie side by side. Ancient Greek vessels rest near modern freighters. Roman amphorae spill across the same seafloor as 20th century cargo. And in that jumble of history, mysteries persist. Wrecks that don't match their presumed time period. Damage that can't be explained, locations that make no sense, preservation that seems impossible. Each one a puzzle. Each one a story we can't quite read. Because for all our technology, our sonar, our submersibles, our archaeological methods, the ocean still keeps secrets. We can find wrecks. We can photograph them. We can map them in stunning detail. But understanding why they're there, what happened to them, why they sank where and when they did, that's harder. Because the witnesses are gone. The documentation is lost. The circumstances are buried not just in sediment, but in time. All we have are the wrecks themselves, silent, mysterious, waiting in the dark. And sometimes the more we learn, the less we understand. Because every answered question reveals 10 new mysteries. Every wreck we find raises the question, what else is down there? How many more vessels rest in the unexplored 95% of the ocean? How many ancient ships lie in anoxic waters, perfectly preserved, waiting to revolutionize our understanding of history? How many wrecks are in places they shouldn't be, from eras we think we understand, challenging our assumptions about maritime history? The ocean holds answers, but it also holds questions. And the deeper we explore, the more questions we find.
Chapter 12. Structures in the Depths. June 2011. The Baltic Sea, between Sweden and Finland. A team of ocean explorers called Ocean X was conducting sonar surveys, searching for shipwrecks in the deep waters of the Gulf of Bothnia. What their sonar detected was not a shipwreck. It was something else. Something circular, approximately 60 meters in diameter, sitting on the seafloor at a depth of 87 meters. The sonar image showed what appeared to be a disc-shaped object with regular features, straight lines, right angles, a structure that looked almost geometric, almost designed. They called it the Baltic Sea anomaly, and for over a decade, it has been one of the most debated underwater discoveries in the world. When Ocean X returned to the site with better equipment, they found something even stranger. The object wasn't alone. There appeared to be a track or trail leading to it, a depression in the seafloor stretching for hundreds of meters, as if something had skidded or been dragged across the bottom before coming to rest. Divers were sent down to investigate. What they reported was puzzling. The object was indeed disc-shaped, with what appeared to be regular features, stone formations that looked almost like stairs or terraces, a rounded top, unusual textures. But the water was murky, the visibility poor,
and detailed examination was difficult at that depth. Samples were taken, the rock was analyzed, and the results were inconclusive. The geological analysis showed that the object was composed of natural rock, basalt and other volcanic materials consistent with the region, but the formation itself was unusual. Some geologists argued it was simply a glacial deposit. During the last ice age, massive glaciers covered Scandinavia. As they moved, they carved the landscape, dragging rocks and depositing them in strange formations. When the ice melted, these deposits remained.
The Baltic Sea anomaly, they suggested, was just one of these deposits. Nothing unusual, nothing artificial, just rocks arranged by natural processes. But others weren't convinced. The shape was too regular, the features too geometric, the trail leading to it too defined. Could glacial action really create something that looked so deliberate? Proponents of the artificial origin theory pointed to several features: the circular shape, the apparent terracing, the way the structure seemed to be oriented in a specific direction, the trail suggesting it had moved or been placed there. Some even suggested it might be a crashed aircraft or submarine, but the rock composition ruled that out. This was stone, not metal. So if it wasn't a glacial deposit, and it wasn't modern wreckage, what was it? The more extreme theories emerged quickly. Ancient ruins, a lost civilization, evidence of advanced technology from prehistory. Some claimed it was a portal or gateway. Others suggested extraterrestrial origin. The debate became heated, sensationalized, and in the process, the actual science became obscured by speculation. Follow-up expeditions have produced more data, but no definitive answer. High-resolution sonar mapping shows that the formation does have unusual regularity, but it also shows natural fracture patterns and weathering consistent with ancient volcanic rock. The trail leading to it could be a glacial scrape mark, evidence of the object being pushed by ice, or it could be a natural depression caused by underwater currents eroding softer sediment. The stairs could be natural layering in the rock formation, or they could be something else. The truth is, without extensive excavation, which is expensive and difficult at that depth, we can't know for certain. The Baltic Sea anomaly remains what it is, an anomaly. Strange, yes. Unexplained, perhaps, but not necessarily artificial. And it's not alone. The ocean floor is full of formations that challenge our ability to distinguish natural from artificial. Let's talk about Yonaguni.
Off the coast of Yonaguni Island in Japan, at a depth of about 25 to 30 meters, there exists a massive rock formation that has sparked decades of debate. The Yonaguni Monument, as it's called, was discovered in 1987 by a local diver. What he found appeared to be a series of massive stone terraces with flat surfaces, sharp edges, and right angles. It looked like architecture, like something built. The formation is enormous, about 150 meters long and 40 meters wide. It has what appear to be steps, platforms, and even carved features that some interpret as faces or symbols. When the discovery became public, researchers from around the world came to investigate, and they immediately divided into two camps. The first camp, led by marine geologist Masaaki Kimura, argued that the Yonaguni Monument is artificial, a man-made structure possibly from an ancient civilization that existed when sea levels were lower during the last ice age. Kimura pointed to specific features, parallel grooves that appear too regular to be natural, terraces with consistent height, and what he interpreted as tool marks on the stone. He suggested the structure could be over 10,000 years old, built before the area was submerged by rising seas at the end of the last glaciation. If true, this would rewrite our understanding of ancient history. There were no known civilizations capable of that kind of construction in that region at that time.
But the opposing camp, led by geologist Robert Schoch, argued that the formation is entirely natural. Schoch examined the rock and found it to be sandstone, a sedimentary rock that naturally forms in layers. When sandstone is subjected to tectonic stress and erosion, it can fracture along these layers, creating remarkably regular, geometric-looking formations. He pointed out that the region is seismically active. Earthquakes could have fractured the rock along natural planes, creating the appearance of terraces and steps. The right angles? Natural fracture patterns. The flat surfaces? Erosion-resistant layers. The grooves? Weathering and water flow. All of it, he argued, could be explained by geology alone. No human intervention required. The debate continues to this day.
Kimura has continued to document features he believes are artificial, including what he claims are roads, drainage systems, and even carved hieroglyphs. Schoch remains unconvinced, arguing that none of these features require a human explanation. Both have valid points, and both admit that certain aspects of the formation are unusual. So which is it? Natural or artificial? The honest answer is, we don't know. And Yonaguni is just one example. Around the world, underwater formations exist that blur the line between natural and artificial. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar surveys in 2001 detected what appeared to be geometric structures at a depth of 700 meters. Symmetrical arrangements of large stones, patterns that seemed too regular to be random. Expeditions to investigate produced video footage showing rock formations that could be interpreted as constructed blocks, or could be natural. Off the coast of India, near the Gulf of Combat, researchers have claimed to find evidence of underwater ruins, stone structures, pottery shards, objects that suggest human habitation. But the site is controversial. The water is murky. The formations are difficult to study. And many archaeologists remain skeptical that the features are artificial. The Bimini Road in the Bahamas is another famous example, a formation of rectangular limestone blocks arranged in what appears to be a road or wall, stretching for hundreds of meters underwater. Some believe it's evidence of Atlantis or another lost civilization. Others argue it's simply beach rock, a natural formation, where calcium carbonate cement binds sand and shells into regular shapes. Again, both explanations have supporting evidence. And again, no consensus. Why is this so difficult to resolve? Because identifying artificial structures underwater is incredibly challenging. On land, we have context. If we find a wall, we can examine the surrounding area for other signs of human activity. Roads, buildings, pottery, tools. We can excavate carefully, documenting layers of soil and the relationships between objects. Underwater, that context is often missing or obscured. Sediment covers everything. Marine life colonizes surfaces, hiding details. Currents move objects, destroying spatial relationships, and visibility is limited. What looks like a carved block might be a naturally fractured stone. What appears to be a wall might be a geological formation. What seems like a staircase might be erosion-resistant layers exposed by water flow. And natural processes can create astonishingly regular formations. Columnar basalt, for instance, forms when lava cools and contracts, creating hexagonal columns that look like they were cut with precision tools. The Giant's Causeway in Ireland is a famous example. 40,000 interlocking basalt columns that look completely artificial,
but are entirely natural. Salt crystal formations can create perfect cubes. Mineral deposits can form layers that mimic masonry. Erosion can carve features that resemble architectural elements. Nature is an accomplished architect. So when we find something underwater that looks geometric, looks regular, looks designed, we face a dilemma. Is it natural or artificial? And how do we tell the difference? The key is to look for what archaeologists call cultural context, evidence of human modification beyond what nature could produce. Tool marks, quarrying patterns, transported materials that don't occur naturally in that location, association with clearly artificial objects like pottery or metal. Without that context, we're left guessing. And the ocean is not generous with context. So we're left with mysteries, formations that might be ruins of lost civilizations or might be geological curiosities. The Baltic Sea anomaly, the Yonaguni monument, the Cuban structures, the Tambat remains, the Bimini Road. Each one debated, each one controversial, each one unresolved. And the debate isn't just academic. Because if even one of these formations is artificial, if even one represents evidence of a civilization or settlement we didn't know existed, it changes history.
It means humans were building large-scale structures earlier than we thought, in places we didn't expect, with capabilities we didn't credit them with having. It means the story of human civilization is more complex, more ancient, and more widespread than our current narrative allows. But extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and so far, that evidence remains elusive. What we're left with is possibility, tantalizing hints, formations that don't quite fit the neat categories we've created. Are they natural? Probably. Are they artificial? Possibly. Are they something in between? Natural formations that ancient people modified or incorporated into their settlements? That might be the most likely answer for some of these sites. But until we can conduct proper archaeological excavation underwater, until we can examine these formations with the same rigor we apply to terrestrial sites, until we can document them in ways that resolve the ambiguity, they remain what they are. Structures in the depths. Mysterious. Geometric. Inexplicable. Waiting for us to understand them. Or waiting to prove that sometimes nature can create things that look exactly like what we, as pattern-seeking humans, expect to find. Chapter 13. The Impossible Objects. Sometimes the mystery isn't the wreck itself, it's what's inside. Objects that shouldn't exist in that time period. Artifacts that seemed too advanced for their age. Technology that predates the moment in history when we thought it was invented. These are the out-of-place artifacts, and the ocean has preserved some of the most puzzling examples ever found. Let's start with what might be the most famous, the Antikythera mechanism. In 1900, a group of sponge divers were working off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera when they discovered something extraordinary. A shipwreck, ancient and encrusted with marine growth, lying at a depth of about 45 meters. The ship was Roman, dating to approximately 70 to 60 BCE, and it was filled with treasures. Bronze statues, marble sculptures, luxury goods being transported from the eastern Mediterranean to Rome.
Among the artifacts recovered was a corroded lump of bronze and wood, barely recognizable as anything significant. For decades, it sat in storage at the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, catalogued but largely ignored. Until someone looked closer. Inside that corroded mass was a mechanism, gears, inscriptions, a device of astonishing complexity. As researchers carefully studied and X-rayed the Antikythera mechanism, they realized what they were looking at: an ancient analog computer. The device contained at least 30 bronze gears, precisely cut and arranged in a specific configuration. It had dials, pointers, and inscriptions describing astronomical phenomena. Its purpose? To calculate and predict the positions of the sun, moon, and planets, to track the phases of the moon, to predict eclipses, to model the cosmos as the ancient Greeks understood it.
The level of craftsmanship was extraordinary. The gears were cut with precision that wouldn't be matched again until the development of mechanical clocks in medieval Europe over 1,000 years later. This wasn't just a tool. It was sophisticated technology, engineering that demonstrated knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and metallurgy far beyond what most people assumed the ancient world possessed. And it was found in a shipwreck, preserved by the ocean, waiting to challenge our assumptions about ancient capabilities. The Antikythera mechanism is now recognized as one of the most important archaeological discoveries ever made. It proved that ancient civilizations were capable of technological sophistication we'd never credited them with. But here's the question that haunts researchers. If this mechanism existed, what else existed that we haven't found? How many other examples of advanced ancient technology sank to the bottom of the ocean, corroded beyond recognition, lost forever? Because the Antikythera mechanism survived only because of very specific conditions. The bronze gears, though corroded, remained intact enough to be studied. If the mechanism had been in a different part of the ship, exposed to different chemical conditions, it might have dissolved completely. How many similar devices didn't survive? How many are lying on the seafloor right now, degraded into unrecognizable lumps of metal? The ocean may be hiding an entire category of ancient technology we know nothing about. Now let's talk about the Baghdad Battery. This isn't an underwater discovery. The original artifacts were found in Iraq in the 1930s. But here's why it's relevant. Similar objects have been found in shipwrecks. The Baghdad Battery is a ceramic jar containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod. When researchers tested it with an acidic solution like vinegar or wine, it generated a small electrical current, about 1 to 2 volts. Was it actually used as a battery? That's debated. Some suggest it might have been used for electroplating gold onto other metals. Others think it was for medicinal purposes, ancient electroshock therapy. Still others argue it's not a battery at all, just a container that happens to generate electricity coincidentally.
But here's what makes this relevant to our story. Similar configurations have been found in Mediterranean shipwrecks. Ceramic containers with metal components that, when analyzed, show properties consistent with galvanic cells. Were ancient cultures using electricity? Did they have some understanding of electrochemistry? Or are these just containers that happen to have the right components to generate current without anyone actually using them for that purpose? The question remains open. But it raises a larger issue. What other technologies might ancient people have discovered and then lost, their knowledge sinking with ships or buried in ruins we haven't excavated? Then there are the metallic objects that simply don't make sense. In 1974, researchers exploring a Roman shipwreck off the coast of Sardinia found something unusual among the cargo:
a collection of metal ingots, bars of processed metal intended for trade or manufacturing. Standard stuff for an ancient cargo vessel. Except one of the ingots was analyzed and found to be an alloy that shouldn't exist in the ancient world. The specific composition suggested a manufacturing process that wasn't developed until much later. The metal itself was consistent with ancient mining and smelting, but the alloy proportions were unusual, more refined than typical Roman metallurgy. How did they achieve this? Was it intentional or accidental? Was there a metallurgical technique that's been lost to history? Similar mysteries exist in other wrecks. Steel with carbon content that suggests advanced smelting. Bronze alloys with trace elements that shouldn't be present. Metallic coatings that imply electrochemical processes. Each one individually might be explainable as an accident, an unusual ore source, or a misidentified sample. But collectively, they suggest that ancient metallurgy was more sophisticated than we generally assume. And then there are the truly inexplicable objects. In 1984, divers exploring a deep water site off the coast of Sicily recovered what appeared to be mechanical components from an ancient wreck. Gears, levers, articulated joints, all bronze, all corroded, but all clearly manufactured with precision.
The wreck was dated to approximately 200 BCE, but the components resembled parts from much later machinery, Renaissance-era devices, or even Industrial Revolution technology. Analysis showed the metal was consistent with ancient production methods. These weren't modern objects that somehow ended up in an ancient wreck. They were genuinely old. But what were they part of? A measuring instrument? An astronomical device like the Antikythera mechanism? Some kind of automated system? Without the complete device, we can't know. All we have are fragments, pieces of a puzzle scattered across the seafloor. And that's the frustrating part. The ocean preserves objects, yes, but it also scatters them, destroys context, separates components that were once assembled into functional devices. We find gears without knowing what machine they drove. We find tools without understanding what they were used for. We find technology without the manual. Now, let's flip the perspective and talk about modern objects in impossible locations. Because the ocean doesn't just hide ancient mysteries, it hides contemporary ones too. In 2011, sonar surveys detected a large metallic object on the seafloor at a depth of over 4,000 meters in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The location was far from any shipping lane, far from any known crash site, far from any logical reason for something manufactured to be there. When imaging equipment was used to get a better look, the object appeared to be machinery of some kind. Possibly a container? Possibly part of a vehicle. The sonar signature suggested metal, but heavily corroded. No one has sent a submersible to investigate it directly. The depth makes that expensive and difficult, and without clear evidence that it's something significant, funding such an expedition is hard to justify. So, it sits there. Unknown, unexplained. Similar discoveries are made regularly. Metallic objects in deep water where they shouldn't be. Containers with no markings, no identifying features. Machinery with no clear purpose. Some are undoubtedly lost cargo. Containers that fell off ships and sank. Equipment that was being transported and ended up overboard. But some don't fit that explanation. They're too isolated, too far from where any ship would have been, too deep for accidental loss.
Are they from secret military operations? Classified research projects that were never publicly disclosed? Submarine accidents that were never reported? or are they something else entirely? One particularly strange case involves a perfectly spherical metal object found on the seafloor at 6,000 meters depth in the Atlantic. The sphere was approximately 2 meters in diameter, seamless, with no visible welds or joints. It was discovered by accident during a geological survey in 2016. Researchers reported it, photographed it, and moved on. When they tried to return to the location a year later using the same coordinates, the sphere was gone. Either it was moved, unlikely at that depth without leaving traces, or the coordinates were recorded incorrectly, or something else happened that we don't understand. The ocean contains objects that shouldn't be there. Ancient technology that's too advanced, modern machinery in impossible locations, things that challenge our understanding of what should exist where and when. And the frustrating reality is that many of these objects will never be fully understood. They're too deep to investigate thoroughly, too corroded to identify precisely, too isolated to provide context. We can photograph them, we can speculate about them, but understanding them, proving what they are and where they came from, that's much harder. The Antikythera mechanism is the exception, not the rule. It was found relatively shallow. It was studied for decades. And even then, we still don't fully understand how it was made or what other devices might have existed alongside it. For every Antikythera mechanism we find and study, there are probably dozens of similar objects that corroded away unrecognized. Hundreds of ancient technologies that sank and vanished. And in the modern era, the problem continues. Objects end up in the ocean, deliberately or accidentally, and become mysteries themselves. The deep ocean is not just a graveyard for ships and aircraft, it's a graveyard for technology, for human ingenuity, for devices and machines and mechanisms that once served a purpose, but are now scattered across the seafloor, their functions forgotten, their origins obscure.
And as we continue exploring, we'll keep finding them. Strange objects in deep water, things that don't belong where they are, artifacts that challenge our timeline of technological development. Each one a reminder that human history is more complex than we realize, that ancient people were more capable than we give them credit for, that modern activities leave traces we never intended. The impossible objects aren't impossible, they're real. They're just impossible to explain, at least for now.
Chapter 14. Magnetic Anomalies and Dead Zones. Navigation at sea has always depended on one fundamental tool, the compass. For centuries, sailors trusted the magnetic needle to point north, to guide them across featureless oceans, to bring them safely home. But there are places where compasses don't work properly. Places where the needle spins, where magnetic north becomes unreliable, where electronic navigation systems fail without warning. These are the magnetic anomalies, and they've been claiming ships for as long as humans have been sailing. Let's start with something simple. Compass disturbances in deep water.
The Earth's magnetic field isn't uniform. It varies based on the composition of the crust beneath you, the presence of magnetic minerals, and geological structures deep underground. In most places, these variations are minor, a degree or two of deviation, nothing a skilled navigator can't account for. But in certain regions, particularly over deep ocean trenches and areas of volcanic activity, The variations can be extreme. Compasses can deviate by 10, 20, sometimes even 40 degrees from true magnetic north. In some locations, the needle simply spins, unable to find a stable direction. Why does this happen? Part of the answer lies in the seafloor geology. Areas with high concentrations of iron-rich volcanic rock create local magnetic fields that interfere with the Earth's broader magnetic field. These localized fields can be stronger than the planet's own field, essentially creating magnetic chaos for navigation instruments.
Deep ocean trenches present another problem. The Earth's crust is thinner in these areas, and the magnetic properties change significantly. Ships passing over trenches have reported sudden compass deviations, instruments malfunctioning, and navigation systems producing erratic readings. Historical records are full of reports from sailors who found themselves off course, unable to determine their position because their compasses had led them astray. In the age of GPS and satellite navigation, you might think this problem has been solved. But electronic systems have their own vulnerabilities, and in some places, they fail just as mysteriously as mechanical compasses once did. Now let's talk about one of the most infamous of these zones, the Dragon's Triangle. Also called the Devil's Sea, the Dragon's Triangle is an area of the Pacific Ocean roughly bounded by Japan, Taiwan, and Guam. For centuries, Japanese sailors have feared this region. Ships would enter and never return. Entire fishing fleets would vanish. Aircraft would disappear from radar. The legends speak of dragons beneath the waves, of supernatural forces that pull vessels down into the depths, of portals to other realms. But the reality is more complex, and in some ways more disturbing. The Dragon's Triangle sits atop intense tectonic activity. Multiple tectonic plates converge in this region: the Pacific Plate, the Philippine Plate, and others. The result is an area of extreme seismic instability. Underwater volcanoes are common, some active, some dormant, some undiscovered. Seismic activity occurs regularly, often without warning. And volcanic activity creates magnetic anomalies. When magma rises through the Earth's crust, it carries magnetic minerals that can disrupt the local magnetic field. Newly formed volcanic rock, as it cools, can create strong magnetic signatures that interfere with navigation. Ships passing through the Dragon's Triangle have reported compass malfunctions, instruments spinning wildly, GPS systems losing signal, electronic equipment failing. Without reliable navigation, ships can quickly become lost. And in an area prone to sudden storms and treacherous currents, being lost is often fatal. But there's another factor at play in the Dragon's Triangle, and in similar regions around the world: methane. Deep beneath the seafloor, in sediments and rock formations, vast quantities of methane are trapped. Some exist as methane hydrates, ice-like structures where methane molecules are locked within water ice. These hydrates are stable only under specific conditions of pressure and temperature. If those conditions change, if the water warms, if seismic activity disturbs the sediment, the hydrates can suddenly destabilize. When they do, massive amounts of methane gas are released. The gas rises through the water column as bubbles, creating plumes that can reach the surface. And here's where things get dangerous. A ship floating on water has buoyancy because water is dense enough to support it. But water filled with gas bubbles is far less dense. It can't support the same weight. Ships entering areas of active methane release can suddenly lose buoyancy and sink, rapidly, without warning. There's no time to send a distress call, no chance to abandon ship. The vessel simply drops beneath the surface and plunges toward the seafloor. For aircraft, methane presents a different danger. A large release of methane can create a low-density area in the atmosphere directly above the sea. Aircraft flying through this can experience sudden loss of lift, engine failure if the methane enters the air intakes, or even ignition if the gas concentration reaches flammable levels and encounters a spark. Methane seeps have been documented in the Dragon's Triangle. Sonar surveys have detected plumes rising from the seafloor. Research vessels have measured dissolved methane concentrations far above normal levels. And some researchers believe that sudden, large-scale releases, triggered by earthquakes or volcanic activity, could explain some of the mysterious disappearances in this region. Similar phenomena have been documented elsewhere. Off the coast of Norway, massive methane craters have been found on the seafloor, some over 800 meters wide. These craters formed when underground methane deposits catastrophically released, blowing huge volumes of gas upward through the water and sediment. If a ship happened to be overhead during such an event, it would have no chance of survival. The Bermuda Triangle, perhaps the most famous of these anomalous zones, also sits atop known methane deposits. The continental shelf in that region contains extensive methane hydrate formations. Could methane explain some of the disappearances attributed to the Bermuda Triangle? Possibly. But methane alone doesn't account for all the strange phenomena reported in these areas. There are the electronic failures. Modern ships and aircraft are packed with electronic systems. Navigation, communication, engine management, safety systems, all dependent on electronics. And in certain zones, these systems fail. Not from obvious causes like lightning strikes or equipment malfunction. They simply stop working. Multiple systems simultaneously. Then, after leaving the area, they resume functioning normally. Some researchers have proposed that these failures are related to electromagnetic anomalies. Areas where the Earth's magnetic field is unusually weak or distorted can affect sensitive electronics. Others suggest that deep-sea geological activity, volcanic systems, hydrothermal vents, mineral deposits, creates electrical currents in the ocean that interfere with shipboard electronics. There's even speculation about piezoelectric effects from tectonic stress. When rocks are compressed by tectonic forces, they can generate electrical charges. If these charges are strong enough, they could potentially create electromagnetic pulses that disrupt electronic systems. But proving any of these theories is difficult. The areas in question are remote. The events are unpredictable. And by the time researchers arrive to investigate, the anomaly has usually passed. What we're left with is pattern recognition. Places where ships and aircraft have disappeared with unusual frequency. Zones where navigation failures are more common. Regions where sailors and pilots report strange phenomena. The Dragon's Triangle, the Bermuda Triangle, the Michigan Triangle in the Great Lakes, the Devil's Graveyards, multiple sites around the globe where accidents cluster. Are these areas genuinely anomalous, or are they simply heavily trafficked routes where disappearances are more likely to be noticed? The debate continues. But there's one aspect of this mystery that's particularly unsettling: the link between these anomalies and the deep ocean. Many of the most mysterious disappearances occur over deep water, over trenches, over abyssal plains, over areas where the seafloor is thousands of meters down. And in those depths, whatever caused the disappearance, whether ship or aircraft, is extraordinarily difficult to find. The ocean is vast, the trenches are dark, and wreckage, even large wreckage, can be swallowed by the deep without a trace. Flight 19 disappeared over deep Atlantic water. USS Cyclops vanished in the Bermuda Triangle. Countless ships have gone down in the Dragon's Triangle, and most of them have never been found.
because the connection between magnetic anomalies, electronic failures, methane releases, and deep water creates a perfect storm of navigational danger and post-incident invisibility. A ship loses navigation in an anomalous zone. It becomes disoriented. It encounters a sudden methane release or a rogue wave or a seismic event. It sinks in deep water where the wreckage settles beyond the reach of most search efforts. And we're left with a mystery. A disappearance with no explanation. A ship or aircraft that simply vanished.
But it didn't vanish. It's down there, resting on the seafloor at depths we can barely reach. The anomaly didn't make it disappear. The anomaly made it sink, and the deep water made it impossible to find. That's the real link between anomalies and disappearances, not supernatural forces or portals to other dimensions, just natural phenomena, magnetic disturbances, gas releases, electronic failures, combined with the ocean's immense depth and our limited ability to search it. The mysteries of the Dragon's Triangle, the Bermuda Triangle, and other anomalous zones aren't about what makes ships disappear. They're about what makes them impossible to find afterward. And as long as vast stretches of the deep ocean remain unexplored, those mysteries will persist. Because somewhere down there, in the darkness, in the trenches and abyssal plains, the answers are waiting. The wrecks are there. The evidence exists. We just can't reach it. Not yet.
Chapter 15. Recent Discoveries. The deep ocean is not a static place frozen in time. It's alive, changing, and every year we discover something new that challenges what we thought we knew. The 2020s have been a remarkable decade for deep-sea exploration. New technology, new expeditions, new discoveries that are rewriting our understanding of the hadal zone and the creatures that inhabit it. Let's talk about what we've learned in just the last 5 years. In 2020, despite the global pandemic slowing many research efforts, deep-sea exploration continued. Robotic submersibles, operating independently of surface ships, descended into trenches around the world. The Yap Trench, the Java Trench, the Kermadec Trench, each expedition brought back something unexpected. New species of amphipods, some displaying bioluminescence patterns never before documented. Snailfish at depths we didn't think fish could survive. Strange gelatinous organisms that don't fit into existing taxonomic categories. One particularly remarkable discovery came from the Atacama Trench off the coast of Chile. At a depth of approximately 8,000 meters, researchers filmed what appeared to be a new species of hadal snailfish, but this one was different. It was larger than expected. Its body structure suggested adaptations we hadn't seen in other deep-sea fish, and most strikingly, it appeared to be actively hunting, not just scavenging. Most hadal fish are opportunistic feeders, waiting for food to drift down from above, but this species seemed to be pursuing prey, small amphipods and other organisms in the water column. This suggested something significant. The hadal zone might have more complex food webs than we realized, not just scavengers waiting for scraps, but actual predator-prey dynamics happening at extreme depths. In 2021, an expedition to the Philippine Trench discovered a completely new family of amphipods. Not just a new species, a new family, representing a distinct evolutionary lineage that had diverged millions of years ago. These amphipods had unusual anatomical features, elongated appendages that seemed adapted for some specialized behavior, body segments with proportions unlike any other known crustacean.
The discovery highlighted something profound. We've barely scratched the surface of hadal biodiversity. New species are being found on almost every expedition. And occasionally, we find something so different that it requires us to redraw the evolutionary tree. In 2022, researchers made a disturbing discovery in the Mariana Trench. Using deep-sea cameras and sampling equipment, they documented something no one wanted to find. Plastic.
at 10,927 meters depth, in the deepest place on Earth. A plastic bag drifting in the current just meters above the seafloor. Microplastics in sediment samples. Plastic fibers embedded in the tissues of amphipods and other organisms. The discovery confirmed what scientists had feared. Human pollution has reached every corner of the ocean. There is no place so deep, so remote, so inaccessible that our waste hasn't found it. But the implications go beyond just the presence of plastic, because at those depths, plastic doesn't break down the way it does at the surface. No sunlight, little oxygen, extremely cold temperatures. The conditions that would normally degrade plastic simply don't exist in the hadal zone, which means the plastic that reaches those depths will remain there for potentially thousands of years, maybe longer, becoming part of the sediment, being incorporated into the hadal ecosystem. Amphipods consume microplastics. Snailfish eat contaminated amphipods. The plastic moves up whatever food chains exist down there, and we have no idea what the long-term effects will be. It's a reminder that the deep ocean isn't separate from the surface world. Everything is connected. Pollution at the surface eventually reaches the bottom, and once it's there, it stays. In 2023, expeditions to the Tonga Trench made another significant discovery. At depths exceeding 10,000 meters, they found evidence of hydrothermal vent activity. Hydrothermal vents are underwater hot springs where superheated water, heated by volcanic activity beneath the seafloor, erupts into the cold ocean. These vents support unique ecosystems based not on photosynthesis, but on chemosynthesis, bacteria that derive energy from the chemicals in the vent fluid.
We've known about hydrothermal vents since the 1970s, but finding them in hadal trenches was new. And the organisms living around these deep vents were unlike those found at shallower vent sites. Strange worms, unusual crustaceans, bacterial mats with metabolic processes we're still trying to understand. These hadal vent ecosystems appear to be isolated from other vent communities. The extreme depth means organisms can't migrate between vent sites the way they can at shallower depths. Each hadal vent system is essentially an evolutionary island, and that isolation has produced unique species found nowhere else on Earth. In 2024, something even more surprising was documented. During an expedition to the Mariana Trench, cameras captured footage of what appeared to be coordinated behavior among amphipods. These weren't just random individuals scavenging independently. They seemed to be working together, surrounding food sources, communicating through what might be chemical signals or physical contact. Social behavior in the deepest part of the ocean. We tend to think of deep-sea organisms as solitary, spread thin across vast areas, rarely encountering each other, living isolated lives. But this footage suggested otherwise. At least some hadal organisms might have complex social structures, cooperation, division of labor, behaviors that require some form of communication and coordination. If true, this fundamentally changes how we understand life in the hadal zone. These aren't just primitive creatures surviving in extreme conditions. They're sophisticated organisms with behaviors as complex as surface species. And in late 2024 and into 2025, researchers began documenting something that has them concerned: changes in hadal ecosystems. Temperature variations at depth, subtle but measurable. The hadal zone has long been considered stable, unchanging conditions that have remained constant for millions of years, but now evidence suggests that's no longer entirely true. Deep ocean currents are shifting, temperature profiles are changing, and those changes, however small, are being felt even at 10,000 meters,
Some hadal species are being found at slightly different depths than before. Population numbers of certain amphipods appear to be fluctuating, and there are reports of species that were common on previous expeditions becoming harder to find. Is this normal variation? Seasonal changes we simply haven't documented before because we've only been studying these depths for a few decades? Or is it evidence that climate change is affecting even the deepest parts of the ocean, that the stability we assumed existed is being disrupted? It's too early to say definitively, but researchers are paying close attention because if the hadal zone is changing, if these ancient ecosystems are being affected by surface processes, the implications are profound. These are ecosystems that have existed unchanged for millions of years, species that evolved in stable, predictable conditions. If those conditions change too rapidly, adaptation may not be possible, and we could lose species we've only just discovered. Organisms that represent millions of years of evolution, unique adaptations, potential sources of scientific knowledge, gone before we've had a chance to understand them. So what have we learned in the last 5 years? We've learned that the hadal zone is far more biodiverse than we imagined. New species are being discovered constantly, new behaviors, new adaptations. We've learned that human impact has reached even the most remote places. Plastic in the Mariana Trench, chemical pollutants in hadal organisms. We are leaving our mark on places we've barely explored. We've learned that hadal ecosystems are complex. Hydrothermal vents supporting chemosynthetic life. Social behaviors among organisms we thought were solitary. Food webs more intricate than expected. And we've learned that these depths are not as stable as we believed. Changes are occurring, subtle but real. And we're only beginning to understand what those changes mean. The 2020s have shown us that every answer generates new questions. Every discovery reveals how much we still don't know. And the more we explore, the more we realize that the hadal zone is not an afterthought, not a marginal environment at the edge of life's possibilities.
It's a frontier, full of life, full of mysteries, and full of warnings about what we're doing to our planet. The discoveries of the last 5 years have been remarkable, but they're also humbling, because they've shown us that we're not just exploring the deep ocean, we're racing against time. Racing to document species before they're affected by changes we've set in motion. Racing to understand ecosystems before they're irreversibly altered. Racing to find answers before the questions themselves disappear into the darkness. The deep ocean is still revealing its secrets, but it's also asking us questions, and we need to start listening.
Chapter 16, The Microplastic Graveyard. There's a graveyard at the bottom of the ocean, not of ships, not of ancient civilizations, but of something far more insidious: plastic. Millions of tons of it, accumulating in the deepest places on Earth. And it's changing the hadal zone in ways we're only beginning to understand. Let's start with the scale of the problem.
Since the 1950s, humanity has produced over 9 billion tons of plastic. Most of it, roughly 80%, ends up as waste, and a significant portion of that waste eventually finds its way to the ocean. We've all seen the images: plastic bottles floating on the surface, garbage patches swirling in ocean gyres, beaches covered in debris. But that's just what's visible. That's just the surface layer. The majority of plastic that enters the ocean doesn't stay at the surface. It sinks. Larger pieces break down through photodegradation. sunlight breaking chemical bonds, causing the plastic to fragment into smaller and smaller pieces. But that only happens in the upper layers, where sunlight penetrates. Once plastic reaches depth, once it descends beyond 200 meters into permanent darkness, photodegradation stops. But the plastic continues to sink, carried by currents, weighted down by biofilms, colonies of bacteria that colonize plastic surfaces, making them heavier, attached to organic matter that's descending as marine snow, and eventually it reaches the bottom. In 2018, researchers analyzed sediment cores from 6 of the deepest ocean trenches: the Mariana Trench, the Japan Trench, the Kermadec Trench, the Itu-Bonin Trench, the Peru-Chile Trench, the New Hebrides Trench. Every single sample contained microplastics. Tiny fragments, fibers, particles, all less than 5 millimeters in size, some much smaller. Microplastics and nanoplastics, invisible to the naked eye, permeating the sediment. The concentrations were staggering. In some samples, thousands of microplastic particles per kilogram of sediment. This wasn't contamination from the sampling process. This wasn't accidental. This was real accumulation of plastic pollution in the deepest parts of the ocean. And it makes sense when you think about ocean circulation. Deep ocean currents flow along the seafloor, following the contours of trenches and basins. These currents act like conveyor belts, transporting sediment and everything mixed with it to the deepest points. Trenches become collection zones. Gravity pulls everything downward, and once material reaches the bottom of a trench, it stays there.
The hadal zone is essentially the final resting place for anything that sinks in the ocean, including our waste. But microplastics are just part of the problem. In 2020, researchers detected what are called forever chemicals in hadal organisms, PFAS, pure and polyfluoroalkyl substances. These are synthetic chemicals used in everything from non-stick cookware to waterproof clothing to food packaging. They're called forever chemicals because they don't break down, not in the environment, not in living organisms. They persist indefinitely, accumulating in tissues, concentrating as they move up food chains. And now they're in the Mariana Trench, in amphipods collected from 10,000 meters depth, in the fatty tissues of hadal snailfish. How did they get there? The same way plastic does. PFAS are present in ocean water, leached from products, washed from industrial sites, carried by rivers into the sea. Once in the ocean, they bind to particles, sediment, organic matter, microplastics, and sink. Deep ocean organisms absorb these chemicals from the water and from the food they eat. And because PFAS don't break down, they accumulate, concentrate, reach levels that can be toxic. We're finding PFAS in creatures that have never encountered human civilization, that live in absolute darkness, under crushing pressure, in the most remote environment on Earth. And we're finding other contaminants too. PCBs, polychlorinated biphenyls, banned decades ago but still present in deep-sea organisms. Mercury, leached from industrial pollution and natural sources, concentrated in predatory fish. Flame retardants, pesticides, industrial solvents. The deep ocean has become a chemical archive, a repository for every toxic substance humanity has released into the environment. And the organisms living there have no choice but to absorb it, to integrate it into their bodies, to pass it on to the next generation. So how does pollution reach these unreachable places? How does plastic from a river in Asia end up in a trench off South America? How do chemicals from factories in Europe appear in organisms from the Pacific?
The answer lies in ocean circulation, the global conveyor belt of currents that connects every ocean on Earth. Surface currents carry water and everything dissolved or suspended in it across vast distances. The Gulf Stream, the Kuroshio Current, the Antarctic Circumpolar Current. But there are also deep currents, thermohaline circulation, driven by differences in water density caused by temperature and salinity. Cold, dense water sinks at the poles and flows along the ocean floor toward the equator. This deep water can take centuries to complete its circuit, moving slowly through the abyssal plains and hadal trenches. Everything that sinks into these deep currents is transported globally. Microplastics released off the coast of one continent can end up in a trench on the other side of the world. And once they're there, they don't leave. The trenches are dead ends. Material accumulates but doesn't escape. Over decades, over centuries, the concentration increases, layer upon layer of contaminated sediment building up on the seafloor. We're creating a toxic legacy in the one place on Earth we thought was beyond our reach. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect is this: we don't know what the long-term effects will be. Hadal ecosystems have evolved over millions of years in stable, pristine conditions. The organisms there have never encountered synthetic chemicals. They have no evolutionary defenses against them. Microplastics can block digestive systems, causing starvation even when food is present. They can carry toxic chemicals into tissues, disrupting hormones and cellular functions. They can serve as vectors for bacteria and pathogens. Forever chemicals accumulate in tissues, potentially reaching concentrations that are toxic. They can interfere with reproduction, with growth, with basic biological processes. And we're only just beginning to study these effects. Most hadal species haven't been studied in detail. We don't know their life cycles, their reproductive strategies, their population dynamics. We're introducing massive environmental stressors into ecosystems we barely understand. And by the time we figure out what damage has been done, it may be irreversible.
Because you can't clean up the hadal zone. You can't send submersibles down to vacuum up microplastics. You can't extract forever chemicals from sediment at 10,000 meters depth. Whatever we put there stays there, permanently. The deep sea was supposed to be Earth's final frontier, the last pristine environment, the place untouched by human activity. Instead, it's become our final dumping ground. Not through deliberate disposal, though that has happened too, with radioactive waste and chemical weapons dumped in deep ocean trenches during the mid-20th century, but through passive accumulation, through the simple fact that everything that enters the ocean eventually sinks, and sinking means descending to the deepest points. We've turned the hadal zone into a waste repository, without meaning to, without even realizing it was happening. And now that we know, the question becomes, what do we do about it? Because the problem isn't just what's already there. It's what continues to arrive every day. Millions of tons of plastic enter the ocean annually. PFAS continue to be used in products that eventually leach into waterways. Industrial pollution, agricultural runoff, atmospheric deposition, all of it adds to the load. We can stop future pollution. We can reduce plastic use, regulate chemicals, improve waste management, and we must. But the damage already done? That's permanent. The microplastics already in the Mariana Trench will be there for thousands of years, perhaps tens of thousands. The forever chemicals in hadal organisms will persist for generations of creatures we'll never see. We've left our mark on the deepest place on Earth, a mark that won't fade,
a legacy we can't undo. And it's a reminder that there is no away. When we throw something away, it doesn't disappear. It goes somewhere. And increasingly, that somewhere is the deep ocean. The place we know least about. The place hardest to study. The place most difficult to protect.
The hadal zone isn't separate from the surface world. It's not isolated or immune. It's connected to everything we do, every piece of plastic we use, every chemical we manufacture, every decision we make about how we treat our environment. The graveyard at the bottom of the ocean is growing, and we're the ones filling it.
Chapter 17. What we still don't know. For all that we've discovered about the deep ocean, for all the expeditions and submersibles and sonar surveys, one fact remains overwhelmingly clear. We know almost nothing. Not relatively little, almost nothing. And the deeper we go, the more obvious our ignorance becomes. Let's start with something concrete. Unidentified sonar contacts. Modern sonar technology can detect objects on the seafloor with remarkable precision. We can map underwater terrain, locate shipwrecks, identify geological features. The resolution on advanced systems is measured in centimeters. But sometimes sonar detects something that doesn't make sense. In 2019, a research vessel conducting surveys in the Pacific detected a large object at a depth of 5,200 meters. The sonar signature suggested something roughly 30 meters long, with regular features that appeared geometric.
When they repositioned to scan it again from a different angle, the object had moved. Not drifted, moved deliberately, traveling several hundred meters in a matter of hours. No submersible was sent to investigate. The expedition had other priorities, other targets. The anomaly was noted, logged, and the ship moved on. Similar contacts are reported regularly. Objects that appear on sonar but don't match any known ship design. Shapes that seem too regular to be geological but too large to be marine life. Contacts that appear, disappear, and reappear in different locations. Most are never investigated. Deep-sea exploration is expensive. Every dive, every deployment of equipment must be carefully planned and budgeted. Chasing unexplained sonar contacts isn't usually a research priority. So they remain unexplained. Data points in archives, mysteries that might never be solved. Could they be undiscovered whale species? Possibly. We've found new whale species in recent decades. Perhaps there are more we haven't documented. Could they be submarines? Military or research vessels operating in areas they're not supposed to be? That would explain the movement and the geometric shapes. Could they be something else entirely? Large, unknown organisms, geological formations with unusual properties. We don't know. And without sending submersibles to investigate, we can't know. Then there are the ongoing acoustic mysteries. We talked earlier about bloop, upsweep, and other strange sounds detected in the ocean. Many have been tentatively explained, but new sounds continue to be recorded. In 2021, hydrophones in the Atlantic detected a repeating pattern that scientists designated Pulse 7, a series of low-frequency tones occurring at precise intervals, continuing for weeks before stopping abruptly. The source was triangulated to deep water, approximately 4,000 meters, but when analyzed, the sound didn't match any known biological source, it didn't match geological activity, it didn't match human technology. It was just there, regular, structured, and then gone. In 2023,
Multiple hydrophone arrays detected what sounded like harmonics, multiple frequencies resonating together in ways that seemed almost musical. The event lasted for approximately 10 minutes and was heard across thousands of kilometers.
Researchers are still analyzing the data. No conclusive explanation has been offered. The ocean is full of sounds we don't understand, and the deeper the source, the harder it is to identify. Because we can't see what's making the sound, we can only hear it and try to interpret. But sound underwater is deceptive. It refracts, reflects, propagates in unexpected ways. What sounds like one thing might be something entirely different. And in the hadal zone, where we have almost no acoustic coverage, who knows what sounds are occurring that we never hear? Now let's talk about hydrothermal vents. We've known about hydrothermal vents since 1977, when scientists first discovered them along the Galapagos Rift. Hot water erupting from the seafloor, supporting ecosystems based on chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis. Since then, hundreds of vent sites have been discovered in oceans around the world, and at each site, new species. Giant tube worms, eyeless shrimp, crabs adapted to extreme heat, bacteria that metabolize sulfur and methane. But here's what's remarkable. Every time we find a new vent site, we find new species. Not just variations of known organisms, but entirely new families, new orders, sometimes even new phyla. The genetic diversity at hydrothermal vents is staggering, and it suggests that these ecosystems have been isolated from each other for millions of years, evolving independently. How many vent sites exist that we haven't discovered? How many unique ecosystems are out there, thriving in darkness, unknown to science? In 2022, researchers estimated that we've discovered perhaps 20% of the hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor, maybe less. The other 80% remain uncharted. And in hadal trenches, where venting has only recently been documented, we've barely begun to explore. The species found at hadal vents are unlike anything seen at shallower sites. They've adapted not just to the heat and chemicals of the vents, but also to the crushing pressure of the hadal zone. What evolutionary paths have these organisms taken? What bizarre adaptations have they developed? What biological processes have they invented to survive in conditions that would kill almost anything else on Earth?
We don't know. We have samples from a handful of hadal vent sites, photographs from even fewer, and vast stretches of trench systems where we don't even know if vents exist. The life at these vents could be the most alien biology on our planet, and it's waiting, undiscovered, in trenches too deep and too remote for most research efforts to reach. But perhaps the most humbling fact about deep ocean exploration is this: we've explored less than 5% of the ocean floor. Less than 5%. That means 95% remains unseen, unmapped in detail, unknown. On land, we've explored essentially everywhere. Every continent, every mountain range, every desert. We've mapped every square kilometer of the surface. We have satellite imagery of the entire planet at high resolution. But the ocean, we've mapped perhaps 20% of the seafloor in high resolution. The rest exists only as rough estimates based on satellite measurements of the sea surface. We know the general depth of most ocean basins. We know where the trenches are, but we don't know the details, the features, the specific terrain. And 95% of the ocean floor is deeper than 200 meters, beyond the reach of sunlight, beyond where we typically explore. In that 95%, anything could exist. Geological formations we've never imagined,
ecosystems adapted to conditions we haven't encountered, species that would fundamentally change our understanding of biology. Lost cities? Unlikely but not impossible. Ancient shipwrecks from civilizations we don't know existed? There's room for them. Strange mineral formations with unusual properties? Probably. The ocean floor is the largest unexplored territory on Earth, larger than all the land masses combined, and most of it has never been seen by human eyes, not even remotely, not even through cameras or submersibles, just empty space on our maps, depths measured by sonar, terrain estimated by computer models. We've sent more people into space than to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. We've spent more money exploring Mars than we have exploring our own ocean. And that's not criticism of space exploration. It's an observation about priorities, about the fact that we're searching for life on other planets while vast ecosystems on our own planet remain undiscovered.
There could be species in the deep ocean that are as significant to science as discovering life on Mars. Organisms using biochemistry we've never seen. Evolutionary innovations that could revolutionize medicine or technology. And we're not looking for them, because looking costs money, because the ocean is vast and deep and difficult, because there are always other priorities. So what do we still not know about the deep ocean? Nearly everything. We don't know how many species live there. Estimates range from hundreds of thousands to millions. We've documented perhaps 1% of them. We don't know how deep ecosystems can exist. We keep finding life at depths we thought were uninhabitable. Where's the limit? Is there one? We don't know what's making many of the sounds we detect, what's producing those acoustic signals from the abyss. We don't know what many of the sonar contacts represent, objects on the seafloor that don't fit our categories. We don't know how many hydrothermal vent systems exist, how many unique ecosystems are thriving around them. We don't know what strange geological formations exist in unexplored regions, what mineral deposits, what unusual structures. We don't know what's in that 95%, what's waiting to be discovered, what secrets the ocean still holds. And that's both frustrating and exciting. Frustrating because we're so ignorant of our own planet. Exciting because there's so much left to discover. Every expedition brings surprises. Every deep dive reveals something unexpected. The ocean hasn't stopped being mysterious. We've just scratched the surface of understanding it. And beneath that surface, beneath the waves, beneath the twilight zone, beneath the abyssal plains, down in the hadal trenches, where pressure and darkness rule, the mysteries continue. Waiting. Unknown. Unexplored. The deep ocean is the last frontier on Earth, and we've barely begun to explore it.
Chapter 18. Future Expeditions. The deep ocean has kept its secrets for billions of years, but that's changing. Right now, as we speak, new technologies are being developed, new expeditions are being planned, new missions that will take us deeper, keep us down longer, and reveal more than ever before. The next decade of deep-sea exploration promises to answer questions we've been asking for generations, and to raise entirely new ones. Let's talk about what's coming. Several major expeditions are currently in development, targeting the deepest parts of the ocean. Not quick reconnaissance dives, but extended missions designed to spend weeks or months studying specific trench systems. The Hadal Ecosystems Studies Program is planning comprehensive surveys of multiple trenches over the next 5 years. The goal is to visit each major trench, Mariana, Tonga, Kermadec, Japan, Philippine, Puerto Rico,
and conduct systematic sampling of organisms, sediments, and water chemistry. This isn't just about collecting specimens. It's about understanding entire ecosystems, how energy flows through hadal food webs, how populations are distributed, how different trench systems compare to each other.
Are the species in the Mariana Trench related to those in the Tonga Trench? Or have they evolved independently? How much genetic exchange occurs between isolated hadal populations? These are fundamental questions about evolution, adaptation, and biodiversity. And we're finally at a point where we have the technology to answer them. Another initiative focuses specifically on hydrothermal vents in hadal zones. We know these vents exist. We've documented a handful, but we don't know how common they are or what unique species inhabit them. The Deep Vent Mapping Project aims to use autonomous underwater vehicles equipped with chemical sensors to search for vents in trenches. These vehicles can operate independently for months, slowly traversing the seafloor, detecting chemical signatures that indicate vent activity. When a vent is found, follow-up missions with submersibles will investigate, document the organisms, collect samples, and study the chemistry of the vent fluids. The hope is to discover dozens of new vent sites, maybe hundreds. And with each discovery, new species, new adaptations, new insights into how life persists in extreme environments. But expeditions are only as good as the technology they use, and that technology is advancing rapidly. New submersibles are being designed specifically for hadal exploration. Not just vehicles that can reach the bottom, but vehicles that can work there, collect samples, deploy sensors, conduct experiments. Some of these new designs are autonomous. Robots that can operate without human pilots, making decisions based on programming and artificial intelligence. They can stay at depth for weeks, powered by advanced battery systems or even biofuel cells that generate energy from organic matter in the water. Others are hybrid systems, remotely operated but with some autonomous capabilities. Human operators control the broad mission parameters, while the submersible handles the moment-to-moment navigation and obstacle avoidance. These systems are equipped with high-resolution cameras, advanced sonar, manipulator arms for collecting samples, and sensors for measuring temperature, pressure, chemistry, and even detecting DNA in the water. Environmental DNA sampling is particularly revolutionary. By filtering seawater and analyzing the genetic material dissolved in it, scientists can detect species without even seeing them. Every organism sheds DNA through skin cells, excretions, bodily fluids.
That DNA lingers in the water, and with the right equipment, we can identify what species are present in an area without capturing or observing them. This means we can survey vast areas of the hadal zone quickly, getting a biological census of what lives there before committing resources to detailed study. Another technological advancement involves improved sonar systems. Synthetic aperture sonar can create images of the seafloor with resolution measured in millimeters. We can see individual rocks, small organisms, even texture variations in sediment. This will allow us to map trench systems in unprecedented detail, not just general topography, but every feature, every boulder, every unusual formation. And with that level of detail comes the potential for discoveries. Geological structures we've never noticed, patterns in how organisms distribute themselves, maybe even artificial structures, if any exist down there. Then there's the race to map the ocean floor. An international initiative called Seabed 2030 has set an ambitious goal: map the entire ocean floor in high resolution by the year 2030. It's a massive undertaking.
We're currently at about 25% completion. The effort involves fleets of ships, autonomous vehicles, and even repurposing commercial vessels to collect bathymetric data as they travel their normal routes. Every ship becomes a surveyor, adding to the growing map. Why does this matter? Because you can't explore what you can't see. Before we can send submersibles to interesting locations, we need to know where those locations are. A high-resolution map of the ocean floor will reveal features we don't currently know exist: seamounts, volcanic systems, trenches within trenches, areas where unusual geological activity suggests hydrothermal venting. It will show us where to look. And once we know where to look, we can plan targeted expeditions. So what do scientists hope to find in these upcoming missions? First, species. Lots of them. The hadal zone is expected to contain thousands of undiscovered species, maybe tens of thousands. Every expedition brings back organisms that are new to science. The next decade could double or triple the number of known hadal species. Second, extremophiles with novel biochemistry. Organisms that survive at the limits of what life can endure often have unusual adaptations. Proteins that function under extreme pressure, enzymes that work in near-freezing temperatures, chemical processes we've never seen before. These discoveries aren't just academically interesting, they have practical applications. Enzymes from deep-sea organisms are already used in biotechnology. Pressure-resistant proteins could have industrial applications. Understanding how hadal life survives could inform everything from medicine to materials science. Third, geological discoveries. The trenches are geologically active. Tectonic processes, volcanic activity, mineral deposits, all are poorly understood at hadal depths. Better exploration will reveal how these systems work and what resources might exist. And fourth, answers to fundamental questions. How did life colonize the hadal zone? When? Through what pathways? Are there still regions that remain uncolonized, representing genuine frontiers even for deep-sea organisms? How deep can life exist? We keep finding organisms at greater depths. Is there a limit? A depth beyond which even the most extreme adaptations can't suffice? What role do hadal ecosystems play in global ocean processes? How do they affect nutrient cycling, carbon storage, and the broader marine environment? These aren't just interesting questions, they're important ones. Because understanding the deep ocean helps us understand the entire planet. But there's urgency to this work, a race against time. Because as we've discussed, the hadal zone is changing. Human impacts are reaching these depths. Climate change is altering deep ocean conditions. Pollution is accumulating. We need to document these ecosystems before they're irreversibly altered. We need to understand what's there so we can measure what's changing. And we need to find answers before the mysteries themselves are lost. The next 5 years will see more hadal exploration than the previous 50. The next decade will reveal more about the deep ocean than all of human history before it. New species, new ecosystems, new geological features, new sounds, new mysteries, and perhaps, finally, answers to some of the questions that have haunted us since we first realized how deep the ocean truly is. The technology is ready. The missions are planned. The race has begun. And the deep ocean, that last frontier, is about to reveal its secrets.
Or at least some of them. Because no matter how much we discover, no matter how many expeditions we mount, one thing is certain. The ocean will always have mysteries. Depths we haven't reached, places we haven't seen, phenomena we haven't encountered.
That's the nature of the abyss. It keeps its secrets even as it slowly reveals them. And that's exactly as it should be. Because a world without mysteries would be a poorer place. A world where everything is known, everything is explained, everything is mapped and documented and understood. That would be a world with nothing left to discover. The deep ocean ensures that will never happen. There will always be something more to find, something deeper to explore, something stranger waiting in the darkness. And as long as that's true, we'll keep going down, keep searching, keep asking questions, keep descending into the abyss.
The deep ocean is just one of the great mysteries lurking beneath the waves. But the surface waters hold their own secrets, their own tragedies, their own unanswered questions. On September 28, 1994, the passenger ferry MS Estonia sank in the Baltic Sea. 852 people lost their lives in one of the deadliest maritime disasters in European history. The ship went down in just 35 minutes. Most passengers never made it out of their cabins, and to this day, the exact cause of the sinking remains disputed. Was it structural failure? A collision? Something more sinister? The wreck lies protected by international treaty, deemed a grave site that must not be disturbed. But that protection has also prevented independent investigation, and questions persist. What really happened on that September night? Why did the Estonia sink so quickly? And what secrets does the wreck still hold? Join us next time as we investigate Europe's Titanic, the mystery of the MS Estonia. The truth is down there, waiting in cold Baltic waters. And some mysteries deserve to be solved.
Thank you for descending with us into the abyss. If you enjoyed this journey into the deep, subscribe to The Drowned History for more explorations of maritime mysteries and the secrets hidden beneath the waves. Until next time, remember, the ocean is vast, the depths are dark, and the mysteries are endless. But that's what makes them worth exploring.